Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be the moderator of today's conference. Welcome to the, it's working. Welcome to the EU Innovation Journey 25, one of the flagship events of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union, which is focused on innovation and technology. Lasers, the technology we've seen today, just a few minutes ago, it's nothing new. It's a few decades old technology, but it reminds, a story of its invention reminds how important it is to be persistent in the journey to realize your goals. Because probably many of you are aware of the fact that the working principles of lasers were very well known for many years before the actual device was constructed. And there was a lot of discussion between the scientists and engineers whether it's even possible to construct a laser device. And those who said it is not possible and will never happen, of course, the history proved them wrong. And today we need such innovations. We need this attitude towards realizing many goals that seem unrealistic or impossible to actually gain. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the event, which will be focused on deep technology, innovations based on scientific breakthroughs. The event is co-organized with the European Commission and founded by the European Innovation Council. As you might know, EIC is the largest investor in deep tech in the EU. And the EIC has selected the National Center for Research and Development, in Polish NCBR, as the organizer of this event, and is also a part of NCBR's strategy to strengthen its role in the innovation support ecosystem. Today's and tomorrow's discussions are focused on the idea of disparity between widening region countries and more mature EU countries in terms of the innovation gap. We will be looking for very concrete policy recommendations for the final report, which is titled How to Bridge the Innovation Gap Between the CEE region and the rest of the EU. During a few coffee breaks I will be inviting you to participate in, you will have a chance of visiting one of many stands that are available to you, about 20 stands by startups and organizations which are focused on developing new technologies. Before I invite our keynote speakers to this stage, I would like to thank for all the honorary patronage. The first honorary patronage is the one of Minister of Science and Higher Education of Republic of Poland. Also, the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of Republic of Poland, Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy of Republic of Poland, and Ministry of Finance, Republic of Poland. Thank you very much, and I think that claps would be quite welcome. It is now time to officially open our conference. I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Magdalena Sobkowiak-Czarnecka, Undersecretary of State for European Union Affairs in the Chancellery of the Prime Minister.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. How to be innovative after this amazing performance and how to make the show right now. It's not the easiest position that I have today. I would like to welcome you all in Warsaw in the name of Polish Presidency that I have a pleasure to be a member of the leading team of the Polish Presidency in the European Council. If it was for us quite obvious that the issue of innovations will be one of the crucial issues that we are touching during Polish presidency. As you all may know, the main motto of Polish presidency is Security Europe. But there is no security without competitiveness, and there's no competitiveness without innovations. And that's how we got in here. I know that you will be talking a lot today about closing the innovation gap, very crucial issue that we need to focus in Europe. And this is why we need a cooperation inside of the EU and also with other countries in the European region. I hope that you will have a moment also to talk about cooperation, exchanging the ideas, how you can create new ideas together, and then the crucial question, where to get the money from. And here also our experts from NCBR will, I hope, give you the answer for those crucial questions. I also want to mention, before my colleague from the government also will join me here on the stage, that during the Polish presidency, Minister of Higher Education, Marcin Kulasek, signed with other ministers from all over EU a special Warsaw Declaration. Since we are now in a moment that we are working on the new EU budget, new MFF for the next 7 years, and in Warsaw Declaration from ministers of science from all EU, there's a very important message coming from Warsaw that we need to put more money on innovations. I don't envy Piotr Serafin to be in the shoes of Commissioner responsible for budget, since this requests for the next budget are really a lot, not only innovations, but also defense, rural areas, and so on. But when I'm thinking about defense, that we are all now focusing in Europe, the innovations are also crucial for the defense issues. And there's also one more subject that we need to focus a lot, that why it is happening that we have some innovations in the EU, but then the companies are moving outside of EU. Even today in the morning, I was sitting in a jury that we were hearing to the presentation of innovators, and half of them already announced that yes, they started the business here in Poland, they did the innovations, and then they moved to US. And this is the question that I would like ask you to find the answer. Why it happens like this? That we are innovative, but then we lose those companies, and how we can help with it. So I wish you very fruitful meeting. Remember, you are part of Polish presidency. So I'm also hoping for the report from this meeting, and we will try to also show to other member states, to our colleagues from other member states, the decision and recommendation that were made here in Warsaw during this meeting. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Secretary. Now I would like to invite to the stage Ms. Karolina Zioło-Pużuk, Secretary of State from the Ministry of Science and Higher Education.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to all of you to one of the most important meetings of this year, dedicated to the future of the European innovation as part of the official programme of the Polish presidency in the EU Council. The EU Innovation Journey '25 is a conference that brings together, as you can see, many people in one place, and a full spectrum of participants in the innovation ecosystem, from representatives of the public administration responsible for creating national and European policies to researchers working on breakthrough technologies, deep tech leaders, and startups that are full of potential. I welcome you all, because only by all of us working together we can create an agile and collaborative, innovative ecosystem. Together we are able to overcome obstacles and move towards the goal of the European Union bringing world leaders into innovation. We all recognise that we have a long journey to go. This is why, during the EU Innovation Journey '25, we will exchange experiences, learn about the best practices, and discuss new opportunities to work together to bridge the innovation gap between Europe's regions. The ongoing Polish presidency in the EU Council has emphasised from the outset the importance of the potential of research and innovation and the significance of the Horizon Europe Framework Programme and its successors, in particular for the strengthening EU competitiveness, but also security in various dimensions, the resilience of the economy, and the reduction of the strategic dependencies. Within the framework of openness, inclusion, and synergy in the area of the research and innovation, the Polish presidency emphasizes the need for the European Union to support the development of the best ideas and talents throughout the EU, stressing the need to remove the barriers to the free movement of researchers, scientific knowledge, technology, and data, and to support researchers, projects, and research institutions that are on the road to the excellence on the European research market. Europe needs to harness the research and innovation potential for all member states to meet the challenges of the Europe faces in time of dangerous geopolitical change. Closing the innovation gap requires comprehensive actions and building on the scientific excellence that exists in all parts of Europe. It is essential to sustain existing activities to bridge the gap between member states. The continuation of these activities in the future of the 10th Framework Programme is essential to achieve one of the EU's objectives of investing at least 3% of the member states' GDP in the research and to fully realise the European research area. The autonomy and the independence of the European Research Council, which is often the reason why outstanding research from all over the world move to Europe, is also very important. Maintaining the sole evaluation criterion of the scientific experience, excellence, and continuing the bottom-up approach, which allows researchers to shape their project independently, are crucial. An increase in ERC grants budget is necessary to bring funding in line with the current economic realities, including the level of inflation. All ministers responsible for research in March supported Warsaw Declaration that called for adequate budget for the framework programme in order to increase the competitiveness of the European Union as a whole. We need to close the research and innovation gap within the EU itself and its global competitors. In terms of investment in R&D and innovation, the standard among member states should be, as I said before, to spend a minimum of 3% of GDP on research and innovation, with an increasing share of the private sector. However, it's also a very big it's a very important activity of the public sector and the ministers of research and higher education, as we are trying to do in Poland. This ambitious target should be the result of the even more ambitious pan-European budget director in this sector. Finally, I would like to raise the issue of the brain drain that has already been addressed before. That is the emigration of the skilled people whose skills are not short supply of the place of the origin. It is a process of not adequately addressed. It will create a new and growing disparities between member states and regions, especially in the context of the fierce global race for talent. Because of the brain drain, the future resilience and competitiveness of the EU as a whole may be hampered and its cohesion put at risk. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 days of the interesting meetings and discussion lie ahead of us. I wish us all through them that we will be able to move even closer to the goal of the European Union being a world leader in innovation. It will be a long and difficult journey, but definitely worth the work. Thank you.
Thank you for this opening speech, Ms. Secretary. Now I would like to invite to the stage one of the hosts of today's conference, Mr. Jerzy Małachowski, Director of the National Center for Research and Development, NCBR.
Ladies and gentlemen, High Representative of the Polish government, European Commission and other Polish and European institutions, distinguished guests. It's my great pleasure and honor to welcome you to the EU Innovation Journey '25 conference here in Warsaw. We are honored to host such esteemed group of innovators, leaders, researchers and policymakers from across Europe. I am happy and proud to be organizer in the direct cooperation with the European Commission and under auspices of Polish Presidency of the EU Council. Of this momentous event, National Center for Research and Development is the largest funding agency in this part of Europe, in Central and Eastern Europe. It means NCB new strategy, which was established at the beginning of this year, sets a clear direction, strengthening synergies, supporting breakthrough technology, and fostering collaboration between science and business. EU Innovation Journey 25 is our first major international step in delivering on that vision. We take this fact as a responsibility to play a meaningful role in strengthening not only Polish, but also European innovation ecosystem. Central and Eastern Europe holds enormous potential, but also faces unique challenges. We need systematic support, and we are ready to actively co-create European innovation policy. Today, our voice should be loud, clear, and constructive. This conference was proposed to the NCBR by the European Commission and is funded by the EU resources. This is not only an honor for us, it's a sign of trust and commitment to deliver valuable shared recommendation. Dear conference participants, your presence here today is also a clear sign of your commitment to building a stronger, more connected, and more resilient European innovation ecosystem, one that leaves no region behind. Thank you for joining us. This event is supposed to be more than just another conference. It's a space for best practices exchange, collaboration, and action. Together, over next 2 days, we'll explore not only the best practices and share experiences, but also the unique challenges and untapped opportunities in supporting innovation, especially in Central and Eastern Europe. We strongly believe, and I think you all agree, that innovation knows no borders. That's why the conference is dedicated to exploring how we can build bridges, not barriers, and how we can ensure the diversity of paths taken by deep tech ventures across Europe leads to shared growth and global competitiveness. Our agenda has been carefully designed to encourage both inspiration and action. You will hear from innovators and European institutions, engage in expert panels discussion, and take a part in hands-on roundtable sessions. The topics range from funding deep tech to scaling ventures in the CE region, to knowledge transfer and talent retention, all critical pieces of the innovation puzzle. But perhaps most importantly, this event has a clear outcome. This is what I already mentioned. A report will be produced, a report titled How to Bridge the Innovation Gap. The insights and recommendation we gather here will fit into ongoing European policy discussion and support strategic action to boost innovation across all regions. This is our opportunity to speak loudly with one voice and shape the future together. So I encourage all of you to contribute, to share openly, and listen actively. Let this event be catalyst for both ideas, new partnerships and consequential change. I wish you fruitful discussion, inspiring encounters, and unforgettable innovation journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Last but not least, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Keith Sakira, Head of the European Innovation Council Unit, DG RTD.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a tremendous pleasure to be here. Let me pass the thanks of the European Commission for the organization of this conference to NCBR, to Ministers Ziola Pushnik, Sobkoashi Susanika, for their attendance here, their support, and for all of the important work that's being done during the Polish presidency that this conference is part of. I pass the regrets of Commissioner Zacharieva and also Deputy Director General Signorazzo, who have been retained in Brussels, but they've asked me to pass to you what I think are a number of important messages at the beginning of this conference. The first message for you is that innovation and competitiveness is a political priority for the Commission like it has never been before. I've been working in the European Commission for over 20 years. I've never seen this kind of priority given to innovation. If we read the report of Mario Draghi, he says this is not just a policy objective, it's not just a priority, it is an existential threat for Europe. So there's a tremendous amount of work going on in the European Commission with the member states about what we need to do about this. We cannot carry on as we have done before. A particular priority is around startups and scale-ups. We have the first European Commissioner for startups, and so the second message to pass to you is to inform you about a very important strategy that is being prepared for publication later this month, the European Startup and Scale-Up Strategy. What we see across Europe, across all member states, is that Europe is performing very well in general for startup companies. There are as many startup companies in Europe as there are in the United States. Where we have the weakness is scaling up companies. Either they don't get the finance or they relocate, as we were hearing, to the US and elsewhere. So the startup and scale-up strategy will look at all of the aspects that are holding back startups and scale-ups in Europe. It will look at access to finance. It will look at the regulatory frameworks. It will look at access to markets. Startups, companies need customers. And it will also look at talent. Let me give a couple of examples to give a sense of the ambition of this new strategy. First of all, on talent. A couple of weeks ago, Commission President Ursula von der Leyen announced the Choose Europe approach, the Choose Europe initiative, 500 million euros to bring the best researchers to Europe. In the 1930s and 40s, we saw that many of Europe's leading researchers, scientists, moved to the US, and what followed was 50 years of US dominance of innovation. We believe there is an opportunity now for the scientific talent to come back to Europe and to contribute to innovation and competitiveness in Europe. Secondly, on finance, the area that I'm working on, the European Innovation Council, in just a few years has become the largest, most important investor in technology startups in Europe. We have selected over 600 startups across Europe. Over 300, approximately 300, have received equity investments to scale up these companies. We have launched this year a new call to start tackling the problem of scaling up to 30 million euros per company to really allow companies to stay in Europe and to scale here. We announced the first 7 companies just a few weeks ago at the EIC summit that are benefiting from this larger finance. We have developed a trusted investor network of over 100 investors across Europe so that we can collectively invest in companies so that they can scale up in Europe. We want global companies, but to keep their value and to keep our values in Europe. And then lastly, the Commission has proposed that we open the European Innovation Council to dual-use technologies. This is incredibly important to address the security challenges, but also that the companies can take advantage to really grow into these high-growth markets in defence that we all know are so important for Europe. So at the end of the month, you will see the Startup and Scale-up strategy with a whole range of ambitious initiatives, clearly for discussion in the Polish presidency and with the European Parliament, but also with the innovation community. The third message I'd like to pass is what we are doing on the innovation gap, the particular subject of this conference. I'd like to highlight a few of the opportunities, the new initiatives that are coming up. First of all, one of our major initiatives is the Regional Innovation Valleys. The aim of this is to bring together regions from across Europe, from the most advanced regions to the less advanced regions, to create value chains across Europe. We have a number of these that have been supported already in areas like the circular economy, digitization, personalized health. There will be a new call in 2025, 60 million euros for a next generation of these regional innovation valleys. Secondly, turning to the European Innovation Council, there was a statement published this morning by the board of the European Innovation Council. The president of the board, Michael Schäfer, is with us today and will be speaking afterwards to highlight the opportunities for synergies with the structural funds. This includes the possibility for countries to top up the support to companies in their countries or regions through a transfer of budget. We have the first successful example from Lithuania that you'll hear about later. There's also a large number of seals of excellence, excellent companies that we have facilitated the ability to support these through the structural funds. And we will also be relaunching the plug-in program that allows national programs to pre-select the best companies for European support through the European Innovation Council. The NCBR is already a partner for the plug-in, and we have been looking at the Commission level with the member states how we can approve this. And then lastly, and you'll hear more about this, we are launching a pre-accelerator scheme for the EIC. We have seen across the widening countries there are many startups with fantastic ideas. But where they are not successful is developing the technology readiness and the business readiness. This is about doing the diligence on the intellectual property, the competitor analysis. So we will be launching a pilot call to support startups only in widening countries with excellent ideas to build up their technology, business, investment readiness, to be attractive, to be successful in the European Innovation Council, but also successful in their businesses and in attracting investment. And I see Martin Kern here from the EIT. We're also working very closely with the EIT that have a great presence across all of the countries in Central Eastern Europe, the widening countries. So there are many opportunities coming up already this year that are planned, which the initiatives in the Startup and Scale-up strategy will come on top of. So you'll see there is a huge sense of ambition in Europe. We really want to change things. We can't do that unless we work with all of you, with the ecosystem, with all countries, all innovators, whether they're in the research community, startups, investors. So what's coming next? I've mentioned the Startup and Scale-up strategy just in a few weeks, but this will be followed up. We are developing a first ever Innovation Act to really put in place a basis for innovation across Europe. How can we simplify the innovator's journey, the issue of today's conference? We will be developing a European Research Area Act to allow our countries to work together more cohesively on some of the big research challenges. We will be launching the next calls for Horizon Europe for 2025. They are already pre-published. That includes the pre-accelerator, includes the regional innovation valleys, but many more opportunities as well. And then lastly, we are working on what comes next after Horizon Europe. The huge discussion that was mentioned earlier of the European budget negotiations, and a big word of thanks, if I can conclude on this, for the work of the Polish presidency already to bring together the Warsaw Declaration, which is already a very powerful input collectively from the member states that we are taking very seriously in the European Commission. We have already committed to expand the European Innovation Council in the future. We're looking how best to do this, to expand the European Research Council, to bring in the best research ideas and talent. So we see a very bright future for Europe and very much looking forward to the discussions during today and tomorrow and all of the valuable input we'll get from the European Commission. Many thanks.
Thank you very much for the opening speech. Thank you very much for officially opening today's conference. As you can see, we will now rearrange the stage to get it ready for the first discussion, for the first panel discussion. Using that time, I would like to remind you some crucial facts and information about today's agenda. So there are 3 rooms in which discussions are going to be held for the next hour and a few minutes. We will only stay here in this room, but after the first coffee break, we will invite you to join one of the 3 simultaneous discussions that will be held in this room and 2 others. I will inform you about that later. I would also like to remind you, which was stressed a few times today already, that all the discussions or the panel discussions, all the Q&A sessions involving you as the audience as well, I hope, are to create a valuable input into the final report, which will be focused on bridging the innovation gaps. Before the first coffee break on this stage, there will also be a memorandum signed by the representative of the Polish government and the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. This will be a very important moment for us, and we're very happy for you to be part of it. We're almost ready on the stage. Of course, during the coffee breaks, which will start after the first official part of today's conference, I encourage you once again to visit the stands of the startups and some institutions we have invited here to present their input in promoting innovation and developing innovation in Poland and in the region. So seeing that the stage is ready, I would like to invite to the stage the moderator of the first panel discussion, Ms. Magdalena Bem-Andrzejewska, Director of NCP Department at NCBR.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It's a big day of innovation here in Warsaw at this conference, and it is my great joy to moderate this opening panel, which is supposed to pave the way for so many following discussions planned for this afternoon and for tomorrow. I am happy to introduce my outstanding speakers. Michael Schäfer. Martin Kern. Teresa Rischo. Antonio Grillo. Agata Wancio. Welcome on the stage. Daniel Szczechowski. Piotr Garstecki. Dear speakers, thank you so much for having accepted my invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say a few words of introduction about my guests. Michael Schäfer is the president of the board of the European Innovation Council, so you can say he is a co-host of this conference, in fact. Founder and CEO of companies investing in startups and providing consulting services in a range of areas, including innovation management, program management, and public affairs. He was regional minister of Gelderland in the Netherlands and member of the Committee of the Regions. Martin Kern is director of the European Institute of Innovation and Technology since 2019, having previously been interim director and chief operating officer at the EIT. Prior to joining the EIT, he worked at the European Commission for 15 years, mainly dealing with enlargement policy and development programs. Teresa Risjo holds the position of the Secretary General for Innovation at the Ministry of Science, Innovation and Universities of Spain. She is Professor of Electronic Technology at the Technical University of Madrid. She regularly participates in evaluation panels of EU framework programs. Antonio Grillo is President of the Board of National Innovation Agency of Portugal and Professor of Industrial Engineering and Management at Nova School of Science and Technology. As a professor, he teaches subjects such as technological entrepreneurship, innovation and product development, innovation systems, decision models, and strategic management. Agata Wancia is Deputy Director of the Department of Innovation and Industrial Policy at the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of Poland. She coordinates efforts at the ministry concerning technology policy, innovation policy, and the facilitation of international cooperation in these areas. Daniel Szczechowski is Head of Unit in the Department of Innovation and Development Support Programs at the Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policy of Poland. For 15 years, he has been involved in managing programs aimed at supporting the development of innovation in the Polish economy. Currently, he is the head of the Financial Instruments Unit. And last but not least, Mr. Piotr Garstecki is CEO of Scope Fluidics, a scientist and entrepreneur. In 2023, he won the special award for international expansion in the EY Entrepreneur of the Year competition. 15 years ago, he founded Scope Fluidics, a biotechnology company whose goal is to introduce modern diagnostic systems to the market. The company grew into the first medtech venture studio in the CEE region. In 2022, this company carried out the largest transaction in the history of the Polish life science industry. So that's the panel. These are my guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's such an eminent group of speakers that I probably might leave this stage now and just let them speak freely. It would be a feast for the ears, I'm sure. But instead, as we don't have much time for this important and even strategic debate, I'd rather stay. Let me say a few words of introduction now, just to put our debate into the proper context. It's not only a big day of innovation for us gathered here. Generally, and first of all, it is a historical moment for European competitiveness, as Keith has just stated. Research and innovation are key drivers of competitiveness. Maintaining Europe's capacity to come up with new ideas, bold research and innovations, and translating them into products and services is necessary to boost Europe's competitiveness. President von der Leyen has recently made it very clear. She said, Europe's competitiveness and its global position in the race to a clean and digital economy will depend on starting a new age of invention and ingenuity. This requires putting research and innovation, science and technology at the center of our economy. That's the ultimate goal, that's the challenge, and we are here to discuss how to overcome some existing barriers. Europe has built a single market of 440 million consumers and 23 million companies, accounting for around 17% of global GDP. However, EU economic growth has been persistently slower than in the US over the past 2 decades, while China has been rapidly catching up. The EU's share in world trade is then declining, with a notable fall since the onset of the pandemic. Europe's position in the advanced technologies that will drive future growth is also declining. According to the Draghi report, Europe needs to redress its slowing productivity growth by closing the so-called innovation gap. This objective will imply accelerating significantly technological and scientific innovation, improving the pipeline from innovation to commercialization, removing barriers that prevent innovative companies from growing and attracting finance. However, the gap is unfortunately double. EU is a large, complex creature with many potential veto players. To move forward, Europe must act as a union in a very intelligent way. Europe can only face it starting from the inside, and EU is not performing at the same pace as it comes to innovativeness. All the reports and statistics claim so. We have already heard that today, that especially EU 13 member states which joined the Union after 2004, after 20 years, still underperform in the framework programs, and the level of JERT in these countries is also not satisfactory, which indicates generally a weaker political commitment to science and technology. This field still requires further structural changes and smartly chosen approach. I will stop now, dear panelists, having about an hour only left for our discussion. Draghi said in his report that for the moment Europe does not coordinate where it matters. Do you agree? Is it true? So please share your views on the subject, how the situation looks like from your specific point of view. Mikkel, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I tend always to be very visual, and one of the key things we address as an EIC is the so-called valley of death. And I always make a valley of death asymmetrical, because we have not yet solved the exit out of the valley of death. The EIC was designed to address the real issue of too little research goes into innovation and too little innovation goes into entrepreneurial ambitions. So that's basically the first half of the valley of death, and that has, let's say, more or less been solved with the EIC instruments, Pathfinder, Transition, Accelerator, although there are still major regional differences. There are cities in the west of Europe that have as many beneficiaries as countries in the east. So there's a wide regional difference. But also there's a distinction between countries. In some countries, we only have companies funded in capitals and very little in smaller cities. And in all Europe, there is a gap between innovation in large cities compared to smaller cities and the rural. So there are a number of, let's say, there are a number of widening issues. And also a widening issue is that we still fund much more men in startups than women in startups. There's also a gender balance. So there's still a lot to do, let's say, in the beginning. There's also a lot to do, let's say, in the journey of the innovator. I often say an innovator has a dream, but on the way to a dream, there are a lot of nightmares, like bank accounts that are empty, clients not paying, staff leaving. So there's also, let's say, the journey of the innovator is a tough one. It's not easy. So it's also important that innovators feel that they have friends, And that's why also the IT, and we are very happy with that as a board, also builds an ecosystem with trusted investors, trusted corporates that are willing to engage with starters, and also, let's say, program managers that bring together portfolios. And also the IT, where, let's say, a broader ecosystem is there. So that's also important to keep in mind that the EIC has 700 beneficiaries, 280 companies funded, and they have day-to-day demands that are important. And then the most recent one is that basically, yes, we have to address the upside of the valley of death. It's a waste of public money if everyone dies with 20 million lost instead of 200K. So we really have a challenge in Europe of developing the next steps. And literally, and that's for the board very important, we are very happy with let's say a relatively small scale step which has started, but the big challenge for the next commission is going to be how to mobilize far more capital for scaling up. And that's not only capital, but it's also clients, so also public procurement, also companies in the automotive sector, in semiconductors, in railway equipment, in food that are willing to take risks and say, okay, I'm trying. I'm not committing a pilot. No, I'm going to commit a substantial budget of my acquisition to do that. So a lot has been done, most to the satisfaction of the board, but still a lot has to be done in the next decade if Europe really wants to catch up.
Thank you so much. Martin, what are your thoughts about this?
Well, first, good afternoon, and thank you, Magdalena, for the invitation. Also, thanks to the Polish Presidency, Ministry, the agency, and also the Commission for being here. I want to follow up, and thanks, Michael, for mentioning the good cooperation between EIT and EIC, to what you said about the double innovation gap that we face, and what are the implications of that for countries like Poland, for the widening countries. Because, of course, one of the innovation gaps, you mentioned the US and China, is for Europe to wake up, to speed up, to accelerate its competitiveness through more innovation. And the Draghi report is all about that and gives very ambitious measures, goals to achieve that. Obviously, within Europe, we have the other innovation gap between countries which have stronger innovation capacities and those lagging behind. And what does it mean, this double gap? That it's not enough for widening countries to catch up to reach the others, but might have to do that exponentially. Because obviously, if we succeed in catching up with the rest of the world, in closing that innovation gap, the one to the widening countries is even bigger. So we need new ideas, we need exponential growth, we need real acceleration of closing that innovation gap within Europe. And that's what EIT has very much focused on in recent years. EIT is connecting universities, businesses, research organizations to create startups, to create concrete solutions, innovations to be put on the market out of the research, deep tech or others. And it's working very much on the skills and education side. And we've done exactly that. We tried to accelerate the support to the regional innovation scheme to the widening countries. There was an ambition that 10 to 15% of EIT funding should go into widening countries, because in the beginning, a lot of it actually helped to close Europe's innovation gap, but didn't help to close the innovation gap within Europe. Now we are at 40% of the funding going to the widening countries, so it's actually mainstream and far beyond the ambition, and that's even much more impressive, 60% of the results. So 60% of the startups that we support, 60% of those participating in skills training programs come from the widening countries. And that obviously helps to also help to feed into the pipeline of the EIC, what you just mentioned, from the 700 companies that are in the accelerator, around 15% have been previously supported from the EIT, not enough of them yet into the widening countries. I think that's very, very important. And after this panel, we have a very concrete initiative to help this acceleration, to actually go further and faster in closing that innovation gap within Europe. So that's what I think is key, and that's what we're doing right now concretely.
Thank you so much. Teresa, what is your perspective?
Thank you very much. First of all, congratulations to the Polish government for this very nice event and for the presidency itself. And so from my point of view, I'm here representing a member state, yeah. So this is more or less what but I won't try not to tell you what exactly we are doing in Spain. Maybe if I have an opportunity, I can give some hints, but not particularly on this. But I would like to tell you more or less which is our analysis of this. I would say that innovation at the end is a mixture. It's quite a complex problem, yeah, we will say. Me as an engineer, I would say that it's a complex problem, yeah? So it's a question of knowledge, creativity, financing or funding, but also regulation and cooperation. This is very, very important. And of course, a market up there. So market should be very global. Europe is a very global market, but we have this idea that the market should be seen as a whole, as the whole Europe, very important for our companies, for our startups and scale-ups and innovative companies in general. But of course, the other elements are very important. We have talked here, and we have heard a lot about this talent, this knowledge creation, which is very much in the key issues of framework programs, which is very important. The talent attraction that was announced also the program by President von der Leyen last week, but also we at the national level we are doing a lot of issues with this. Also, I think EIT is doing a very nice action with this 1 million deep tech talent. No, it's called that way. I'm sorry, Martin. Yeah, and I think it is extremely important. But also, don't forget that we need, of course, funding. And I think EIC is also doing very nice work. I say in not a long time, and also from the national member states, we have been using not only our national fund itself, but also next generation EU funds have been very important in countries like Spain, where, I say, more than 20% of the budget has gone into innovation actions, so research and innovation actions, which it has been very, very important for the country itself. But also, we need more private funding for research and innovation. Consider the numbers, for example, for the budget or for the expenses in research and innovation that we have in the EU compared to the United States. I would say that the public part is more or less comparable. Is 0.7% of GDP, which is comparable. But the private one is not comparable because in the US it's almost like double the size of Europe. So this is something that we have to consider. But we need to know what is the reason why we don't have such amount of funding. So how to increase it. Then we have this thing about creativity. We have seen a very nice introduction here in this event. But I think in Europe we have a lot of that. And we have historically a lot of that. And we have to be creative, not only in technology, not only in arts or our social issues, but also in doing new businesses, new business model, and creativity must go this way. And this has to be considered also in universities and in the places where the young people is trained. But I would like to stress the last thing, that is cooperation. If we don't cooperate, we won't get to anywhere. So it is very, very important to preserve cooperation in Europe. I mean, it is important that we help companies, startups, scale-ups to move around Europe, to install offices here and there. Say last week, for example, we started the operation of an innovative company that has in the space sector, that has then headquarters in Finland, but also they have a company here in Poland, and they are opening a new office in Valencia in Spain. So these are these global European startups, because this is not exactly a startup, it's a scale-up now, but this is I say, the entrepreneur is 35 years old, so it's a young company anyhow. This is very important, and this is something that we need to preserve. We need to preserve, and we have to take care with that. And from my point of view, something that we need to enhance is that European companies, innovators, universities, or whatever, work together. And this is something that we need to preserve. So take care, we have to take care of the things that have made Europe a big market. And we have to take care of that, because if we only preserve individuals as themselves, we won't get where we want to go. Yeah, and we need to read also. Let us report that is very, very interesting on that. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, and the perspective of another member state. Antonio, please, the floor is yours.
So, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation, and congratulations for the venue and for the organization of this event. Here, as well as a member state and also a country that has many challenges on this area. And we have been doing our path, and I think Teresa already mentioned some of the challenges that we have here. But I would like to step back and give, I'm sorry, I'm not going to be very politically correct, but I have to say this. I think we have in Europe the idea that we will have an homogeneous innovation ecosystem where all cities and all regions and all countries will have the same level of, in terms of innovation ecosystem. That's not going to be possible, and we need to embrace that. Of course, European policies are trying to overcome some of these widening challenges, but we need to look at what's happening in the US and also in China or Korea or Japan, and we also see huge heterogeneities in terms of these innovation ecosystems. And what I think in Europe we need to address is we need to do, when we spot something that is excellent, we need to be very fast, very agile, and very strong in terms of supporting this innovation that comes to the market. Either if it is already an established company, or if it is a startup, or a scale-up. And I think we need to let, in a way, to recognize that this heterogeneity is part of Europe, it's part of countries. I run a national innovation agency. I have regions in Portugal, smaller than here in Spain. But Teresa, probably she will tell you more about this. Of course, all regions in Portugal want to have their agents working, either if it is RTOs or companies, working in space. It's not going to be possible to have all regions in Portugal working in space. It's not going to be possible having all countries in Europe working in the space area. But we need to be sure that if opportunities arise, then we need to move very fast to support them and make them to scale. And I think that is something that we need to put, at least I have it in my mind, at the national scale. I always say this to the regional responsibles in Portugal. But I would like to complement some of the things that Teresa was mentioning here, and some of the pains that we also feel in Portugal. And of course, one of the causes of this innovation gap across Europe is the uneven access to funding. This is, I think we all are aware of that. I think the European Commission has made a long way in order to overcome this in the last few years, and particularly EIC has been quite successful on this. But as Teresa was mentioning, what we really lacking in Europe is the private venture capital and private equity. And we need this. And there are different dimensions about this. One is money itself, okay? We lack money. But at the member state, we also lack something else that is very important. And I'm feeling that pain in Portugal at the moment. In Portugal, we have quite a bit of money for VCs, for research and development, what we call CFID funds. We have 2.3 billion euros private money to invest in startups and scale-ups. Now, the problem is they are very good because they learned in the past how to fund digital startups. They have zero knowledge about funding biotech, medtech, or energy startups, and they don't do it. And they say it's not because of the money, it's because they don't have the expertise, they don't know how to do it. So they have the money, but they only want to channel it for things that they are knowledgeable about. So it's a problem not having money, but it's also a problem, particularly at the regional ecosystems, at the national ecosystems, not having the necessary expertise in order to channel that money to those that are needed, that are away from the traditional investment zones, like digital, at least in Portugal. Of course, there are also, Teresa mentioned about the talent, and I think talent has different dimensions again. I think human capital and brain drain, it is definitely a problem in Europe. It's going to be, I think it's going to accelerate the problem if we don't do anything. I have many doubts that we can actually deal with this at the national level. But to be very honest, I don't have an answer for this. It's a very tricky part. I'm not 100% sure how we can overcome this only at the local, at the national public policies. I think it has to be, and I think it's being tackled at the European Commission at European level, because this brain drain is a problem. But there are also other challenges in terms of talent. We have fantastic scientists, as it is well known. But we have a huge problem in terms of having entrepreneurial scientists. Our scientists, most of them don't really want to go into that path of career, of development. And we need to train them. I'm a scientist, I work all my life in academia, I know how it works. I have also a business background, so I'm a lucky guy, but most scientists are not. They didn't have any contact in terms of what's the product. They know what's the technology. They don't know what the product is. They don't know what the market is. They don't have this dimension about commercialization of technology. And this is something that we need to train them. We need to embed on their training as scientists also this venture-like skills, okay? And this is something that we should be looking at. I know that EIT is doing a great job on that, I acknowledge that, but I think at the national level, at least in Portugal, we are aiming to do much more on that because we need to do that, and also at the regional level, I think we all can do more about that. But besides this training, I think we need also to give ambition to these entrepreneurial scientists. They need to believe that it is really possible to create a global scale-up company from their research. And what I found is, I find some entrepreneurs that believe in global, but they have many doubts doing that in Europe. They know it, but they have also, but in Europe it's also very, very hard. We need to ensure, as Teresa was mentioning, we need to find ways in Europe to make this network across companies, RTOs, universities, that make them, those that want to be entrepreneurial scientists, that make them believe that it is possible to do this global reach. And I think that's something that we need to look at it. I have other things, but for sure we can have a second round later on. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, and now a purely Polish perspective. Agata Wancio.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to the panel. Interesting discussion, and thank you, our distinguished guests, to come to Warsaw and share your perspective with us. Because of the time regime, I would say, forgive me that I will focus mainly on the pain points and barriers we have, and I will leave the strengths and successes on the side for a while. I will also look from the perspective of the market, because I'm from the Ministry for Economic Issues and Innovation. And I would like to start from the. It's very difficult to add something after a couple of distinguished guests gave wonderful speeches, but I will try at least put it in other words. Let me start with the issue of commercialization. Despite the exceptional technical talent we have in Poland and across Europe and many disruptive, groundbreaking research, the region, Europe, has not produced so far many companies, many global leaders in transformative fields like AI, semiconductors, robotics, biotechnology. Of course, Europe's deep tech ecosystem has matured significantly over the last decade, but it's still a long way to go. And when we look at why the companies often tend to the US or the Middle East or elsewhere, when we look at simple statistics, VC investment for a single year, VC investment in the EU were like 4 times less than in the US, and sometimes a single funding round for an individual company is bigger, is larger than the whole investment in one of the CE countries in Europe. So that's a large difference. But why does it look like this? What is significantly hampers scaling in Europe is for sure regulatory. I think it's. I'm sure that's not original thought, but it's a pain, and also a kind of a linguistic fragmentation and tax fragmentation. Scaling a startup from Lithuania to Portugal, for example, is a challenge. Whereas a startup in US has already an access to the large market and doesn't have to care about the differences in law, cultural systems, and things like this. So this is a competitive disadvantage in Europe. But this story is not only about the money, about the regulation. Europe, it's a story also about mindset. Europe still lacks the risk appetite, venturing mindset, which are essential for pioneering new technologies, new products, new businesses. So we must at least try to adopt a more risk-tolerant approach, mindset, across the whole innovation ecosystem, starting from public administration, across different institutions supporting innovation, and ending with VC funds. Yes, VC funds, VC who by definition should be risk takers, but they are not fully acting that way in Europe and in Poland as well. Of course, I'm trying to share our experience from Poland, but I'm pretty sure that it can work similarly in other countries in Europe. Public institutions are launching very ambitious programs, initiatives, mechanisms, but they are always not too open to high-risk innovation, to bold ventures. They are very often, let's say, paralyzed by a fear of making mistakes, some control audit mechanism. And yes, it does matter. And sometimes it can create a snowball effect throughout the whole innovation ecosystem. And when it comes to VC, we have noticed that there is a kind of a tendency, the preference for building the portfolio in a way that it has nothing to do with taking a risk. So the preference to larger amount but smaller investment. that's why we sometimes getting money for scaling up. So larger scaling rounds are more difficult in Europe to secure money for it. And as I said, this is a matter of mindset, but the results, the consequences, we can see in from many different angles, including financial. And maybe I also won't be very diplomatic, but I have to say that in my opinion, the market very often is too saturated with public money. I would even say too poisoned in some case when it comes to startups. And why I think that because grants, this is very often the source of slow and non-flexible money. So in result, outcomes of the startups are contrary to what we have intended at the beginning. Time is focus for startups to grow and to succeed. So if you are waiting to first evaluation of your application, then there are some problems with settlements. So it means that you have lost your time, and for some products, like for example for digital products, where the cycle of technology or the cycle of products is short, it has a matter. It works a little bit different for deep tech startups because they really need a huge money, public-private co-investment. But when we are talking about the regular startups or SaaS startups, they need to be market-driven to a larger extent than trying to securing money for grants. And for such startups, I think what will be more important is giving them more mentoring, more experts, more access to networking in Europe, outside the Europe, just to speed up the way to the market. And I'm running out of time, so maybe the last point. Why Europe might have difficulty to catch up in the US in some sectors. I think we can look also to the differences in economic structure, because startups, high-risk ventures, they're all very important, crucial or strategic important for innovation ecosystem in Europe. But we have, when we compare Europe to the US, we can notice that we always said, okay, the R&D investment in Europe are lower in Europe than in the US, in the private sector. That's true. But when we look at the sector structure, in the US, the market is monopolized by big corporate, big tech companies from very R&D intensive sectors. In Europe, at least so far, on the market there is a lot of, let's say, mid-tech corporations, mid-tech companies with lower R&D intensity, and we have to remember about them. How to connect this two worlds of high-risk, breakthrough, innovative startups, and our traditional sector, traditional industries, which are also very important to secure and to build our sovereignty.
Thank you so much. Let me just remark that we are being far too modest because you have added a lot to this debate. And now the perspective of another Polish minister, Mr. Daniel Szczechowski.
Okay, thank you. I will try to be brief and concise. Firstly, I think that we have to remember that in case of general economic growth, in last decades, Poland has been one of the world leaders, not only on the European scene, but in comparison to the worldwide scene. In 1990, we started with our GDP per capita amounted to only 40% of the European GDP per capita. Now it's more than 80%. So it was a great effort, and I think it's always worth remembering. But on the other hand, when you look at the indicators connected to innovativeness, the situation is not so colorful. When we look at the European Innovation Index, our indicators connected with innovativeness in comparison to the EU average amount to 65–66%. So we can compare these two figures, 80% in terms of general convergence, GDP, and only 66% in terms of indicators connected with innovativeness. So somewhere between this 80% and 66%, somewhere there lies this innovation gap. And it means also that the growth of the Polish economy is still based on factors connected not enough with innovation, but on other factors. Since joining European Union, Poland has been using EU cohesion policy funds for programs aimed at improving the innovativeness of the economy. 2004, 6, 2007, 13, 14, 20, now, and in the future maybe it will be even stronger contribution. We use EU money for activities connected with R&D, and allocating money for this purpose, we can treat it as a long-term, multi-annual investment. And like every investment, it has to be evaluated. I think that the really honest, thorough evaluation of this long, impressive investment process is still ahead of us. But certainly the rate of return of this investment is definitely positive. I'm representing Ministry of Development Funds and Regional Policies. This ministry is responsible for managing EU funds, among others, also EU funds connected with innovation. I think that they have all these programs connected with innovation. They have very good impact on the Polish economy. Many Polish entrepreneurs started to run their innovative projects. We have great labs. We have good technology parks. What I can say more, Polish venture capital system was built from the scratch, mainly thanks to the EU funds. So I think that EU, as a general, but mainly EU cohesion policy, contributed to large extent to the progress of Polish innovativeness. But I think that it's not surprising that reducing infrastructure gap seems to be much easier than reducing gap connected with innovation. I agree with Agata that allocating European public money to improve the level of innovation, it's not sufficient. And I think that in the coming years, we definitely need more contribution also from the private sector. Yeah.
Thank you so much. And now a representative of the market, of the private sector in this debate, Mr. Piotr Garstecki.
Thank you. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here. I love EU and I love innovation. I also love US, a bit more, of course, cautiously since January, but nonetheless, I love them. There are reasons to be worried. We all know or heard of Mario Draghi's report. I looked up also another report from Andrew McAfee from MIT, and he looked at the number and capitalization of companies that reached the market cap above 10 billion and started from scratch. So were not built by integration, by M&A. And the number for US is 70 times larger than for EU, which shows really that innovation, if we're talking about Google's, Nvidia's, OpenAI's, etc., is just US. There is no EU, and this is very surprising because if you look at the population potential and GDP, we are very similar. I mean, you can say that US has 50% bigger GDP, EU has 30% more people. But the intellectual and economic potential is very similar. It's not 70-1 for sure. So the question is, what's the reason for it? And I think there are a lot of them. I will a little bit echo what has been said and maybe add to it. I think it's in the concentration. What Europe doesn't have is the epicenters of R&D and innovation. And if you look into the history of civilization, I don't know, Jared Diamond or Yuval Harari, you will read that there is a very strong positive feedback loop between concentration of intellect, people and capital, geographically, I mean physically concentration of them, and the rate of progress, of civilizational progress, of innovation. And even though Europe, I think, spends 80% of US spends on academic R&D, but in the top 10 Shanghai list universities, you have 8 from US and none from EU. You have 2 from UK, Oxford and Cambridge. In the top 30, you have 1 European university. It's Paris-Saclay. 1, right? Even though we spend pretty much the same. So the real question is, do we want to have the innovation? Is it politically incorrect to build those epicenters? Because I think that, Teresa, you said that we need creativity, knowledge, capital to make innovation. I think we also need ambition. This is what you said, Antonio. We need courage, we need confidence. And this, here I disagree. I don't think you should teach it. I think the best way to learn it is by example from a colleague. So the best way to really learn it is to have other people that have done it already. And for that you need those epicenters. I don't think we are ready in EU to really create pan-European epicenters. I don't see Polish taxpayers agreeing to fund, Berlin center of startup and research, and vice versa. But I think that what EU could do is to encourage the member states to concentrate, to devote a significant portion of what they spend on research and higher education, on concentrating that. In Poland, for example, Poland GDP is, I think, 1/5 of California's. If you would calculate the purchasing power, they would be only maybe 3-4 times larger. They have 6 universities in the top 20. We have none. We could have 1. That's the question. Stanford spends about 2 billion USD per year on research. We spend 3.5 billion euro yearly of public money on higher education and research. Could we spend 1/3 of that in a way that would quickly concentrate it in one place? And is it politically incorrect? When a small town wants to build a swimming pool, they, the habitants don't quarrel. Do I have 2 minutes or 20 minutes to get there? They don't want to trade a swimming pool into small paddling, inflatable plastic paddles on every street. If you want to build a cosmodrome, you cannot do it by spreading the support on all the local airfields. You have to build a cosmodrome. And I think that a significant portion of funding from the member states should be concentrated. I think following the example of ERC, EIC in the way the grants are set up, generous, very competitive, easy to administer, mobile, is a way to follow also in the member states to attract the talent. There are many things that should be done, but I think it's doable. So I would say concentration. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That closes our first round of interventions. Thank you so much for all this insightful information and remarks. Now for the second round. Let's focus on the action points for the most urgent and most needed, from your perspective, of course, steps to be done in order to bridge the existing gap or gaps. It would be also very helpful if you could indicate some measures that your organization is already planning to implement in order to mitigate the gaps. And please note that we have about 20 minutes left for all the interventions. Mikhail, can you start?
There was no need of having the same order. I'm going to react on two things. One is what is really crucial in Europe is that besides the fragmentation, we try to concentrate buying power. One of the few benefits of, let's say, possibly a European defense strategy is basically to reduce the fragmentation and to have one model of tank for Lithuania and Portugal, and one type of airspace controls. And that maybe sets in motion, let's say, a European market. That's really needed. In some it works already. Let's not forget that in some areas in the world we are leading. America's nowhere in railway equipment. It takes 2 hours to go from Barcelona to Madrid. It takes 40 years to go from Silicon Valley to LA. Yeah? So we also have a story of making ourselves smaller than we are. We are great in fast railway links, and the Polish railways are better than the German ones. So that's one thing, to concentrate the buying power to, let's say, to develop the next stage. I'm not entirely agreeing with the concentration. So Silicon Valley is a high concentration of skills, but I've never heard someone talking about an hour about Nebraska or the North Dakota innovation system. So there's a big difference in the US, and I don't think it's a model. So we have it a bit. Paris is 48 beneficiaries. That's the same number as Eastern Europe. Is that wise? I'm not sure. So it's important to develop, that's my second ambition, or second point. Yes, we have to assure that the talents which are well spread in Europe have opportunities, by exchanging, by working together, by having these kind of arenas where we share experience across borders. But it's also important, and Keith has announced an initiative, it's also important that each region, let's say, develops its own ecosystems. Because the EIC is only the icing on the cake. We only fund 0.02% of all companies. Even in Galway, which is we only fund one company for 8,000 people. So the regions, the member states have to provide the cake. And a lot of member states have a lot to do there, and a lot of regions, even in the well-performing member states. So the statement we published today is an invitation to member states and regions, please develop the cake. And some regions that had massive unemployment in the 80s because of the decline of the textile industry, northern Portugal, my region in the east of the Netherlands, northern France, they have been working 40 years to recreate entrepreneurship, to keep young people. So the models exist. So I would advocate to learn from each other. Thank you for having this gathering together, and also work together in developing larger markets.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please.
I'll take up your challenge to be very concrete, to really focus on what works, what concretely works, because I think we heard a lot about the problems, the analysis, what could be done. But we have at the EIT 15 years of experience, and some things work, and maybe we can draw some lessons why and do more of it. I mean, first, Our innovation ecosystems are focused on societal challenges, and bringing them together, connecting the universities, the business, the research organization really works in creating companies, in helping them, in accelerating ideas, and ideas are all across Europe, in bringing them to the market and getting their journey started. So those 10,000 startups that EIT supported in the last years are worth 72 billion euros. So that's real economic impact. So that ecosystem, partnership, cooperation across Europe. So it's not in one country, it's across Europe. It works as an early stage acceleration. Leverage. It's in the Horizon Europe evaluation, midterm evaluation. EIT's innovation communities made 5.6% or 5.6 multiplier of leverage. So every euro of public EU taxpayers' money put in has brought 5.6 euros of private funds, and that's what we need. Several of the colleagues mentioned access to finance, and there is a way to mobilize private funding for innovation. We need more of that. I mentioned the focus on the regional innovation scheme, the widening countries, 40% of the funding, 60% of the results of EIT are there, which is kind of logical if you think about it, because a startup in Germany and France may find their ways to get support, to grow. They have access to the industry, to the markets, to the funding. That's much more difficult in Lithuania or in Serbia. So our regional innovation scheme has become something to help companies to access market, to accelerate. We come back to that when we speak about the regional innovation booster in the next session, because that's meant to build in that success. Skills gap. So EIT has not just trained 1 million deep tech talents, but also been mandated by other EU programs to run skills academies on batteries, on solar energy, others. Why is that? Because the ecosystem is already there for the taking. There's already a track record, and the industry is there. So obviously, if we want skills for the future, we need business to be there and say these are the skills needed for industry, for companies. That's why with 60% of EIT partners being from the private sector, the skills academies and other skills programs work very well, and we're well beyond the 1 million talents trained. Something may not be so well known, EIT, and thanks a lot for mentioning it, also does AI training, not just for as part of the Deep Tech Talent Initiative for industry and private sector, but also for the public sector. So we're training actually EU agencies on AI skills, because if you want to support innovation in a meaningful way or transform also the public administration, you need that knowledge also there. So that's an opening, an invitation. Any public administration, research organization interested in AI training, EIT is and can provide that since last year. Sixth and last, I stopped there, higher education initiative is something that the European Commission mandated the EIT since 2021. That's a concrete tool for universities, again, mostly in the widening countries, to work with top universities in Europe, to work with businesses to strengthen their innovation capacity. So similar to the AI training, we need that capacity so universities don't think only of teaching and research, but think of being part of the innovation ecosystem. So we see a huge success in that program. By the way, we also opened it up for Ukrainian stakeholders, many of which joined in an easy way. All of that has been put, and we want to do, of course, more of the things that work in our future vision paper. Our board member, Darius, who's here, has a session on that later on. So I encourage those of you interested to follow that. What other topics, for example, EIT sees for the future, but also how to do more of the things that work. And then finally, in a few minutes, we talk about the regional innovation booster and how that can be helping that exponential growth and closing the innovation gap within Europe. Thank you.
Thank you. Teresa, please.
Thank you. No, as I would like to, I don't want to go to the list because this is too much, yeah? Because we have done a lot of different things. We have tried in Spain through our innovation agency that is called CDTI, that is the Center for Technology Development and Innovation, which I am the president of that, non-executive, but I'm very honored to be the president of that. In CDTI, we have another society that is called Invierte, that is a fund. I mean, it's not a fund, it's a venture capital company that is acting as a public one. And, but I would say, in fact, I'm sorry to say it this way, that it's very innovative in the way it works. Yeah, we are working very much in co-investment, very, I would say similar, but in a different size, rather than EIC, say in a different way. But we have a collection of course, this is only for deep tech companies, I have to say. Yeah, so we are not working in speculative markets and things like that. Not very digital and things like that, because we act where the private sector does not act. Yeah? And we see, it's very interesting what we see, because we approve and we have a technical team that is also have a lot of financial issues, and this is very difficult. This is one of the key issues that is having the team. And we have a collection now of around 160 companies that are directly funded with this. I say we are participants of those, but in some of them we have big checks. I say like more than 40 million. I mean, in one or two companies that we call them that are very important for us. That are the top one, the top 10 that we have. What we have is that we have something that is very important also for this innovation is the confidence. Is the confidence of the private parts, the private capitals that we have something like a pre-registered private funds. We have more than 170 funds that are working with us. And also we have now, we have a second action that we took last year that was to participate in funds of funds. So it's not direct investment, but we participate with our public money in funds of funds. Last year, there was a big demand by the private funds in deep tech to have more money in them. So we invested 1.5 billion in 2024, which is, it converted Invierte in the largest investor in deep tech in Spain, actually. So this is something that we are doing, and I can tell you that on Friday we are announcing we have a new investment, a new instrument that we are putting in place that is a venture builder, but I cannot tell a lot of things because it's the minister who will announce it, so I'm sorry, but it will be announced by CDTI and the minister in Valencia on Friday. So this is something that is very important, that is the way we invest the money has to be sometimes risky, you know. You know that my family name means risk, yeah? You know that, okay? It's not a joke. It's not, but it is like it is. So, but it's very important that we take risks and we are innovative in the way we fund. And another thing that I want to insist is another thing that we are putting in place is changing the incentives in the academic sector. This is something that Antonio has said. Is a question, of course, of training and of having more awareness of the scientists in these things. But also, we have to put incentives on that, because if not, people will continue publishing papers. Yeah. So this is the main thing. I will give you just a hint of one number in a given technology in Europe. Nanotechnologies. Yes, these are numbers that are figures that are coming from. I say that maybe they are 10 years old, but it is. I'm sure that they have changed a lot. Figures in nanotechnology. Europe invests 27% of the total public funding for investing in the research in nanotechnologies. 27%. 33% of the papers in this technology are published by Europeans. So I say everything is okay, but only 15% of the products based on nanotechnologies are European. This is the problem. And this is where we have to put the emphasis. Because sometimes the university professors will say, okay, I published the paper, I finished with that. And this is something that we cannot conceive anymore. Yeah? So incentives are also very important. And we have to do that in a collective way because people are moving around. People are not staying at home, yeah? So people are moving around. And we have to give this, to our students, our young researchers, and these ideas are extremely important. This is something that we are putting in place in Spain. Let's see if our financial department lets us do it. But okay, we are trying to. So thank you very much.
I keep my fingers crossed. Antonio, please.
Yes, I'm going to focus just on some of the things that we are really pushing now at this moment. And one of them, as the National Innovation Agency, is to focus on our effort on putting in place policies and governance mechanisms that sustain an alignment and fit between the EU-level strategies and funding mechanisms and the national and regional initiatives in Portugal. So we're putting a lot of effort on this. An example is what we're doing in the EIC area with the implementation of the Seal of Excellence, where in Portugal we're going to use cohesion funds and the recently created Deep Tech Fund as well with the national budget in order to mimic what has been done at the EIC, but for those companies, those startups that have not been funded. Okay, so they are not funded, they are very good, they are excellent, they reach the final, they're not funded, they get the Seal of Excellence, they will be funded in Portugal in a similar way. Another example is what we're doing in chips in semiconductors, where our national strategy is designed to support Portuguese RTOs and companies in order to engage in EU chips joint undertaking. Okay, so our strategy is very much fully aligned with European strategy and funding mechanisms. We don't want to divert too much. We don't have too much resources. We need to focus. And a more recent example is related actually with defense. It has become a priority at European level. We're still learning how this is going to happen. I think we're all learning at European level, at the national level, we are still there. But at our national innovation agencies, foreseeing this, we have been starting working with the military armed forces, the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, with concrete initiatives in order for them to take advantage of the available budget that will be for research and innovation at the European level, but at the same, so Horizon Europe, EIC, STEP, but also using eventually cohesion funds so that they can eventually focus on also addressing their priorities and their needs through these funding mechanisms. And so we need to work at the national level, but also at the regional level. So this is not easy. But also what we are doing here at the National Innovation Agency, as we're trying to be the linchpin, the center, to also coordinate, orchestrate with other national agencies like the Promotional Bank, Startup Portugal, in order to be sure that all our instruments are fully aligned. This is something that we feel in Portugal. I'm not sure about here in Poland, but we have so many agencies, so many instruments that they are overlapping, and at the end of the day, it's not yet possible to pick a very good research idea and take it to the market in a streamlined way. And we need to coordinate among agencies in order to enable this. And we are starting also to working at the ministry level together with the National Science Foundation to try to implement a sort of ARPA-like unit within ANI in order to make this type of contracts with the researchers and startups in order to have this streamlined across the board.
Thank you so much. Dear speakers, maximum of 3 minutes for each speaker, please.
Okay, I will try. As Antonio said, in Poland the situation is quite similar with the institutions, instruments, programs, and so on. But we have started working on this. And if I have to be brief, so I would touch only 3 very short points. We are going to focus mainly on, let's say, 3 issues, 3 challenges. One, building a strong startup ecosystem. The second, working with deep tech. And the third, coordination of the whole innovation ecosystem. The Council for Innovation issue, the body will start working next month. It consists of representatives for different ministries which are crucial for innovation issue, just to help coordinate all of this issue. We are working also on a startup and scale-up strategy. We know that there is such an initiative at the EU level, but not all issue can and should be resolved at the EU level. Each country has its own work to be done. So the strategy, or at least the plan, is necessary to be effective. We would like to, let's say, engage universities and research organizations into the startup game. So we are starting the so-called venture building programs, just to help scientists to build the company, the venture, and take the research outcomes to the market in a more quicker and effective way. For the pilot program, we will be starting this month. We will be focusing on dual use, but then if let's hope will be successful, then we will scale this program at different sectors which we consider as deep tech sectors. And the previous week we have launched the Deep Tech Fund, 600 million, including not only public money but the co-private investment. The half will be the public, including the equity investment, equity money. And the most difficult part is working with changing the mindset. But fortunately, we have noticed that we have more and more startups with global mindset, and it will help because we want to build a, let's say, flywheel powerhouse for deep tech startups, and more and more unicorns will help to do with this, because it's not about the not only about building high capital companies, but the multiplier effects when it comes to unicorns, they can be very exceptional, because they build the previous founders and the previous employees, they build the next startups, they work at the great mentors, so the ecosystem can benefit from them in many different ways.
Thank you. Daniel, please.
Yeah, so we are now at the stage of the midterm review of our operational program. So after the first period of the implementation, it's time for some modifications, and we will launch 2 new instruments. The first one is Critical Technology Support Fund, and it will support projects from 3 key sectors: biotechnology, digital technologies, and clean and resource-efficient technologies. The second instrument is Digital and Green Transformation Loan Fund. So this will be our new instruments in the portfolio of our program activities. But speaking more generally, we are aware that the new financial perspective is closer and closer. So we are looking forward to see the first drafts of the new regulations. I think that we can all agree that this new financial perspective, for many reasons, economic, political, military, etc., it will be one of the most, or maybe even the most important financial perspective in the EU history. So we have to be well prepared. Yeah. So
thank you so much. Mr. Piotr Karstecki.
I think that Europe is in a very comfortable place. We, in a lot of ways, we chose a sustainable, balanced model. We can afford to lose the competition with the US or with China. That what is worrying is that we are all smart and rational. We also have this very big normalcy bias. I remember, I think it was 5 years ago at the Scientific Council of Institute of Physical Chemistry, I said that maybe we should start to think about AI because it could play more and more important role in research. Maybe at some point it's gonna really take over designing, the research projects and getting the information, etc. And almost everyone laughed. Now, I don't think anybody would laugh today. If we hear people that say that in 10 years we're gonna have super intelligence or general intelligence, most of us will probably laugh or doubt at this point. If we're gonna have widely available energy, as China is making amazing progress in this respect, if we're gonna lose those two battles, we might lose that comfort space, really. And it's possible that we're not gonna be able to avoid, war. However you understand it. It could be economic war. It could be something worse. So the question is, can we stay in that comfort? With all due respect, I think EIT is doing amazing things, but with AI trainings, we're not gonna beat AI. Those people will not generate. We should have centers where people think about what's gonna be next and how to kill OpenAI and the other companies. And we cannot do this by training. We should train, but this is not the solution to generate to bridge the gap. So I'm strongly advocating for a big leap. And as we are investing huge funds into infrastructure, we should also be investing into these epicenters of thinking, academic thinking. Yeah.
And thank you, Piotr, for the very insightful last point of this debate. Ladies and gentlemen, so many ideas, so many new undertakings already. I don't know about you, but I have the impression that our report that is supposed to be the final outcome of this conference is at least already drafted. Let me close this debate with another quotation from Ursula von der Leyen. She said just a week ago in Paris, "Europe has everything that is needed for science to thrive. But at the same time, we have to be alert and work on our deficiencies." Ladies and gentlemen, it was a pure pleasure to be the host of this panel. Thank you so much, and thank you for your attention.
Thanks to all the panelists, and thank you for being with us. I encourage all of our guests to stay with us as we will witness a very solemn moment in a few minutes. On this stage, there is a memorandum of understanding that is going to be signed. So please stay us for another few minutes, if you could, please. The panel discussion that we've witnessed just in the past hour was quite astounding. Many great thoughts were mentioned, and the political correctness was somewhere on the side and was not referenced directly. So we had heard some sincere points, some sincere ideas about how to improve the innovation strategy of European Union. Many of those points are pretty obvious and understandable and well known to you, but maybe some concrete and dedicated solutions are the ideas that we'll be leaving this room with. I know there's a bit of chaos in this room, but I hope we're going to settle. The table is coming to the stage, the table on which the memorandum is going to be signed. And the document I am mentioning, the document I'm referencing, is the document which will talk about regional innovation booster pilot. the European Institute of Innovation and Technology and the Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of Poland will sign a memorandum of understanding to launch the aforementioned regional innovation booster pilot in Poland. The very first sentence of this memorandum states, "The memorandum of understanding has been agreed in recognition of common interest of Ministry of Economic Development and Technology and European Institute of Innovation and Technology to cooperate in areas of mutual interest aimed at boosting the entrepreneurship, innovation and competitiveness of Poland and the European Union." We will have two speeches which will precede the signing of memorandum. As the first speaker, I would like to invite and ask to the stage Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology of Republic of Poland. Mr. Minister.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to join you for today at the EU Innovation Journey 2025. We met at a time when investing in research and innovation is more important than ever. Innovation is the foundation of our economy, our competitiveness, and our shared prosperity. Poland has made strong progress, but bridging the innovation gap both at home and across Europe remains a key challenge. If we want sustainable growth and technological leadership, we must ensure every region has a chance to succeed. To do this, we need to support our startups and entrepreneurs. We must build strong ecosystems with access of funding, infrastructure, and mentorship. And we must connect universities, research centers, and business to turn ideas into solutions. International cooperation is critical by working together, sharing knowledge, linking networks, and attracting investment. We can bring real change. No country can innovate in isolation. That's why today I am proud to announce the signing of Memorandum of Understanding with the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. It marks a new chapter in our partnership, one focused on boosting innovation and entrepreneurship in Poland and across the EU. Together, we are launching the pilot of the AIT Regional Innovation Booster right here in Poland. This program will help reduce regional disparities and support high potential startups and on their path to grow and international success. The AIT Regional Innovation Booster will simplify and strengthen the innovation support system by linking existing tools and offering tailored support to the most promising ventures. Poland is ready to lead in regional innovation. This program will give our entrepreneurs the boost they need and bring Polish innovation to the European stage. We are entering a new era where innovation drives not just economic growth, but positive social and environmental changes. Let's build that future together. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. I would like to remind you that the EIT Regional Innovation Booster is a new initiative of the EIT offering targeted support to startups and scale-ups in the modest and moderate innovative countries, helping them grow on international scale. And I'm sure that more on that will tell the following guest. I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Martin Kern, the Director of European Institute of Innovation and Technology.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We're delighted to sign this Memorandum of Understanding with the Ministry of Development and Technology in Poland. We believe this is a major opportunity to actually put into practice and action some of the learnings that were just discussed in the previous panel, and to make a major contribution to close the innovation gap, which is central to this conference. So as the moderator just said, it may be worth to repeat a bit the rationale behind this regional innovation booster, the pilot, which we want to start now, and where this is coming from. This is coming from a deep reflection at the EIT on what we can do together to accelerate the closure of the innovation gap, and particularly to build on the success of our regional innovation scheme. I already mentioned that in the previous panel, that at this moment 40% of the grants, of the funding from the EIT go to the widening countries, and 60% of the results of those come from the widening countries, which is exceptional in the different programs, instruments under Horizon Europe. So there's a huge opportunity for the widening countries to work with the EIT to accelerate the growth of their companies, their innovative ventures. Now we have released, our governing board has just adopted in February a vision for a competitive Europe, which focuses on exactly those 2 points, the closing of the innovation gap and the closing of the skills gap in Europe. So very much building on the recommendations of the Draghi report, because we believe that the EIT can make its most impactful, meaningful contribution there. It includes a number of proposals, including, and that's maybe responding to this panel discussion, areas where Europe has a high potential for further growth, for further competitiveness, including AI and robotics, security and resilience, bio-based technologies, rural innovation and space and aerospace. But it also proposes the competitiveness vision of our governing board, a number of specific measures that can achieve that across the different thematic areas, so building on new areas, but also the 10 societal challenges currently covered by the EIT. And why do we believe such a measure is needed, or will be meaningful, or will make a difference to what already exists? Namely, because we looked at where we have already success. We have a lot of ventures, a lot of companies that are created in the widening countries. Was discussed earlier why this may be the case, because startups from the region can benefit proportionally more from support of programs such as the EIT, and therefore look towards innovation communities for accelerating their growth. But what we also noticed that if we look into some of those existing startups that we have supported, the number of actual success stories, unicorns, high growth companies in this region is actually lower than the rest in Europe. So that's actually part of that innovation gap inside Europe. While we do have some success stories, we had in the previous panel representatives from Spain, Portugal and Poland. We have companies in all these countries that were supported through the EIT. For example, in Portugal, Sword Health, which is a AI-driven company for virtual care, which is actually has reached unicorn status. We have, for example, in Spain, Bound for Blue, which is a wind-powered vessels that have been invented that can make a major contribution also to the reduction of emissions, but also to more energy efficiency in international shipping, which is already close to the call on water that we have out for the 10th innovation community. Or we have in Poland Uvera, a company that has been supported by EIT Health. Why I name them? Because when we look at them in more detail is that they are cross-cutting. They don't just fall into one sector, in one area, but they actually have benefited or could benefit from the support of different programs, of different EIT innovation communities, many of which actually also received funding from the European Innovation Council and worked with other programs, such as, for example, in the field of intellectual property or elsewhere. So what is actually the conclusion from all of this for us? That by working together, national programs, European programs, our different innovation communities, it's a must if we really want to accelerate innovations in Europe rather than having small, different, fragmented landscape. So the Regional Innovation Booster is an opportunity to do exactly that. We are delighted that Poland has volunteered and is actually the first country who wants to pilot this new idea and this new scheme. And we think this is very logical because Poland already has a very strong EIT presence. Poland already has a strong participation in the EIT with over 80 organizations participating. More than 30 million euros have been invested in the last year and over 200 startups companies have been supported. So we just said we must put all this together. We must consolidate and put all the support of the EIT behind high potential ventures that exist in Poland. We want to select them together in priority areas that Poland has identified and then leverage the EIT community, but ideally also other programs to scale them up. So our targets is that we support up to 75 companies in the coming years, that they should reach investment, external investment of 5 million euros in a relatively short time. So we really want to concentrate on high potential, high growth companies, which then can create the jobs, can create the competitiveness impact. And we want to put immediately 30 million euros from the EIT in this pilot phase. And then, of course, to see until 2027, the end of this financial perspective, does that work? Does that work in Poland? Does that work in other widening countries? And then ideally build on it. We are very optimistic that this is the case because we have such strong partnership like with Poland to make this work. So that's the content of this MOU. We're delighted Poland is also willing to put funding, 1 million euro into this pilot phase already right from the beginning. And with this signature, we will start the cooperation and will make a difference into closing of the innovation gap. Looking forward to signing the MOU.
Thank you, Mr. Director. Could you please take a left seat, please? I will invite to the stage Mr. Minister. And this will be the official signing of the Memorandum of Understanding by Mr. Michał Jaros, Secretary of State, Ministry of Economic Development and Technology, and Mr. Martin Kern, Director of European Institute of Innovation and Technology. So the memorandum has been signed, and this is the official moment, the official photograph. If you let us, we will shoot another pictures with both of you gentlemen standing. We just need to get rid of the table. Poproszę o usunięcie stołu ze sceny. So just a few seconds for another official photograph of that spectacular moment.
Okay. At the show. Yeah. Open evidence. It's a very transparent audience with those chairs.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. The Memorandum of Understanding, which is the foundation for the EIT, Regional Innovation Booster, the pilot phase located here in Poland, has been just signed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for our coffee break, which will take about 20 minutes. Before I will invite you to enjoy your coffee, I would like to say that after the coffee break, we will have 3 stages active. So this is the main stage. There is also challenges stage and potential and opportunity stage. So 3 other rooms which will be holding discussions. You probably made your mind before coming here which discussions you will want to participate in, but you can still change your mind and decide whether you want to stay here or choose any of the 2 other rooms. But before that, please enjoy your coffee. Please enjoy the stands and all the entrepreneurs and organizations that have prepared their displays here. Please do the networking, and please be punctual. We're meeting back here at 3:40. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us. For those of you who are still on your coffee break, please join us. We really need your attendance here, since the panel discussion that is going to take place in the next hour has a slightly different formula. It will be a series of 5 presentations followed by a Q&A session. We're expecting to have some questions coming from the audience, and our panelists will be happy to answer all the questions you might have, all the questions that might arise during their presentation. So if you could please join us on the main stage. And I just wanted to remind you that there are 2 other stages, 2 other parallel discussions happening right now as well. So you can join any of the 3 discussions, anyone you wish. Today's EU Innovation Journey, I would just like to recap and remind you, is one of the flagship events of the Polish presidency of the Council of the European Union in the area of innovation and technology. We're discussing about bridging the innovation gap, and I hope that this discussion panel, this part of the discussion, this Q&A panel, will bring us closer to formulating those ideas that will happen to be a very valuable input to the final report. This is actually why we have met here today and why we're discussing. It is 3:40 p.m. At the moment. We have 2 more discussion panels before I invite you to the evening reception. We took care of everything except for the weather. I mean, the weather is nice, but it's a bit chilly. So we want you to chill out in the evening, but it is going to be chilly. So part of our reception is going to be outside. You will have, it will be possible to spend your evening outside on the terrace. But I just wanted to tell you, we took care of the heating devices that will make you comfortable, I hope, but remember to take your coats. But that's evening. Before I invite you to the reception, first, 2 very interesting discussions, and the first one of them is just about to start. As I said, this will be a series of 5 consecutive presentations followed by a session of questions and answers. And to present you all the guests and all the specialists or all the panelists, I would like to invite the session host to the stage, Magdalena Głogowska, Deputy Head of Section from NCBR.
Thank you very much. Dear participants, welcome to our session, Unlocking Opportunities, Competitiveness and Tailored Support for Central Eastern Europe and Widening Countries. I'm thrilled to be your host today, and we have an amazing lineup of speakers today, 5 presentations ahead of us, but that's not all. And this is the task for our dear audience, because if you have questions, hold them till the very end of the sessions, and then you'll be able to ask our speakers whatever you want to know. So the aim of this session is to highlight the pre-accelerator and other instruments provided especially for widening countries and Central and Eastern Europe, meaning just for us. So without further ado, I would like to ask our first speaker to the stage, Keith Shakira. Please, the floor is yours. But before I let you speak, just a few words about you. Keith is a head of European Innovation Council Unit, DG Research and Innovation. For 4 years, he was a senior advisor to Carlos Moedas, European Commissioner for Research and Innovation, but you also have previous experience in UK government, but also in private sector advising to spin-outs, public-private partnerships. You graduated physics at the University of Cambridge. That impresses me a lot. And also we hold a PhD in innovation studies at the Sussex University. So please, I'm so impressed. So are you. The floor is yours.
Can I use this one?
Of course, absolutely, feel free. And here is the device to change the slides. Yeah.
That's great. Mate, thanks for such a nice introduction. So I gave a bit of the sort of political picture at the beginning, and what I wanted to do for this session is to talk about a specific new action that we are introducing from the European Innovation Council that's about to be launched very soon, called the Pre-Accelerator, that is for targeting startups in widening countries. And for those of you who are not familiar with the term widening countries, this is set out in the Horizon legislation and is a group of countries that, when we look at the data, have not been participating so well. So a lot of Central Eastern European countries, but also Baltics, Portugal, Greece. So we can have some specific measures for these countries, of which this is one of. So let me just give you a bit of context of the European Innovation Council for people who are not yet so familiar with it. We have a budget of just over 10 billion for the current period up to 2027. It's trying to do the whole pathway, the whole innovation journey, to take the name of this conference from a research idea to a highly successful global company. We have set up a dedicated fund, an investment fund, the EIC fund, that is one of the most important investors in early stage tech companies. We've been trying to really build partnerships. We have the EIT, you'll hear more from. There's been a lot of work there. We also have a very interesting partnership with the European Research Council to bring through frontier research into innovation. And a number of other things, including with member states through our plug-in program. We have a separate work program which comes out every year. But what I'm going to talk about now, you'll actually find in the main Horizon work program, which is the widening work program. And the reason for that is that the EIC, under our legislation, we cannot discriminate between countries. Whereas for widening, we can have some targeted actions. And this is one of the things that we think we need. So this is like the full innovation journey that you see, and it goes all the way from the Pathfinder projects, which are early stage research, to the transition, which is the commercialization phase, and the accelerator, which is our startup program. And the latest is the STEP call, which is really entering the early growth phase, together with some prizes, the business acceleration services, and the role of our program managers, who are in-house experts to work with projects. I wanted to maybe just say a few words about why we're doing this. If we look at the EIC since we launched in 2021, it's been hugely attractive. Particularly the accelerator scheme, we've had 13,000 startups that have applied, out of which we have funded around 700. So it's hugely competitive. It's around 1 in 20. We are very, very happy with the companies that are coming through. Fantastic companies, real potential leaders in their fields. But when we look at the data, what we're concerned about is we really need more companies coming from particularly Central Eastern Europe and some other widening countries. We've had a specific group of the EIC board, so Anna Barisic is here, who's been leading this work to really help us think through how can we address this problem without sacrificing on quality. This is not a charity scheme, this is about getting the best innovators wherever they are. Now, when we've gone into the data on the companies coming from widening countries, I mean Poland, others, we see lots of fantastic potential companies. There's great ideas, great technology, but because the EIC's become so competitive, often the weakness is developing the business readiness, the investment readiness. So these are things like doing a competitor analysis, doing a freedom to operate analysis, actually demonstrating the technology in a real world environment. This is all quite expensive, and often this is the kind of stage that's not supported so well. So when companies come to us and they're competing against companies from some of the best ecosystems in the world, this is where we see the difficulty. So the idea of the pre-accelerator is to support startups at a slightly earlier stage with very high potential to really build up the kind of three readinesses, so the technology readiness, the business readiness, and the investor readiness. So it will be launched. There is information already available. You can find, it's not a leaked copy, it's a pre-publication of the work programme where you'll see all of the details. It's not formally adopted by the Commission, that we hope will be very soon now. The call should open on the 12th of June until you'll see there around the middle of November. It's in our terminology, it's a coordination support action. This is very much a support action. It's not a coordination action, as you'll see. This is a pilot that we're putting 20 million euros into, and we're thinking of projects around 300,000 to 500,000 euros each. So not yet the scale of the accelerator, which is 2.5 million euros grants plus more on equity, but also substantially more than, for example, our Women Tech EU scheme, which is around 75,000 and a lot of local support. So this is a pilot, it's a learning for us. We expect to support at least 50 projects. We will be offering seals of excellence, so this is also an opportunity for member states to support a lot of interesting actions that will come out of it. So as I mentioned, this is about supporting those companies that have very high potential with both the technology but also the business investment readiness. How do they pitch to investors, their investor deck, all of these things that I was mentioning. And what do we want to come out of it? We want successful companies. That could mean they're successful in the EIC accelerator, and we will be fast-tracking these companies to the accelerator. But that's not the only route to market. If they're able to attract private investment, start winning customers, that is, of course, extremely important and welcome. So this is deep tech, so we're looking for companies that have very novel technologies. This is not for Me Too companies or incremental improvements. We want to see companies that have some strong intellectual property behind them, but we will support those companies developing their IP strategies. And there needs to be a clear market potential. And again, we will support those companies to develop their market strategies and competitor analysis and their positioning in the market. And importantly, the companies need the real motivation and the teams to scale up. We know most companies in Europe don't want to scale up. There's a lot of family businesses around, which is fine, but we want the ones that are ambitious companies. What we'll fund is various actions to support the technology development, but also all these other activities that are incredibly important for developing the business case and to have a really credible proposition to go to the EIC, but also to go to investors. What we look at for the EIC Accelerator is very much what investors will look at for the company as well. It's a single company scheme. This is not about collaboration. Companies have to be established as legal entities. So we can't fund research teams in universities. It's not a collaborative project. It's similar criteria to the EIC transition. You can find them. And we will pay 70% of the costs of all of the implementation of these projects by the companies. We want the companies to be able to bring in other sources of financing as well, so we're not funding at 100%. Now, it's not just about funding, and probably an incredibly important part is that we will be involving all of these companies in our business acceleration services, so boot camps, access to expertise, access to investors, all these kinds of things, fast tracking to the accelerator, as I mentioned, but also all the excellent companies, and we think there will be, we really hope there will be a good uptake of this. For all the companies that we can't fund with this 20 million, we will be giving seals of excellence and really working with member states, particularly with structural funds, to pick up the funding for as many companies as possible. So I won't go through the rest, which is a bit the details of application. Happy to deal with that afterwards. But this for us is really about strengthening the pipeline, turning all the excellent ideas in widening countries into very strong business propositions. Big thanks to Anna and some of the other board members for helping us develop this. But it's also a learning process for us and the board about how we can do this better in future. So I'll stop there and looking forward to the rest of the panel and the discussion.
Thank you very much, Keith, for the deep dive into pre-accelerator and for excellent keeping of the time. And now it's time for Aiste Wilkanowskyte. Just a few words about our speaker. Aiste is an advisor in the Technology and Innovation Division at the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport in Lithuania. She's also an active member of various committees like ERAC, like Horizon Europe Program Committee. She's also NCP coordinator for Horizon Europe in Lithuania. Aiste holds a PhD in biochemistry. So, Aiste, we heard a lot about transferring regional development money to Horizon Europe, but how it actually works. Please tell us all about it. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me a floor and for inviting to participate in this panel. So in these 10-15 minutes, I'm going to tell you about a transfer exercise that Lithuania was among the first to implement and why we did that. So at the beginning of Horizon Europe, or at the end of the previous cycle, Horizon 2020 and FP7, Lithuania was not so good in performing in framework programs, and we were just at the bottom of all member states according to our results. And at the same time, in Brussels, Horizon Europe regulation was negotiated, and we discovered that there are a lot of possibilities for synergies, and we somehow decided that we cannot continue in the same way promoting our participation in Horizon Europe, that we have to look for some new possibilities, and we decided to explore different synergies that are proposed. And for this, we prepared a full Lithuanian incentive package for participation in Horizon Europe. And our package consisted of 3 main blocks. So the first block was dedicated for international networking, and it mainly focuses on support on participation in different international networks and in infrastructures. The second block deals with developing competences, trainings, and awareness raising. And this block comprises such activities as support for our NCP system, for liaison office in Brussels, for different trainings and promotion of ERA principles, and for support to implement those ERA principles in research institutions. And the third block deals with funding, real project funding, taking advantage of different types of synergies. So in this block, we have special measures that help us to use recovery and resilience funds and structural funds for funding Horizon Europe projects that from their structure require some national funding. It also helps us to fund Seal of Excellence projects, teaming projects, and some partnerships and some projects that are funded from transferred resources. And today I'm going to focus on transfer of costs mainly. So, how we did it. So in 2023, Lithuania decided to transfer resources to Horizon Europe. And since we did it not from the very beginning of Horizon Europe and from this financial perspective, we had to change our structural funds operational program. And this change of the structural funds operational program foresees that Lithuania transfers 18.5 million euros to Horizon Europe. And we foresee that this money can be used for funding Lithuanian participants in 3 different pillars. And of course, we can fund just mono-beneficiary actions where there is one participant from Lithuania. So these actions are European Research Council grants, European Innovation Council grants, and in pillar or in part 4, it's ERA fellowships that is connected to Marie Curie grants. And what I want to tell you that this exercise was done together by 3 ministries: Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Economy, and Ministry of Education, Science and Sports. The leading ministry was Ministry of Finance, but of course the mostly interested ministries were the other 2. And we also decided, each ministry, which pillars we are interested in. So Ministry of Economy and Innovation, of course, was interested in pillar 3, and our Ministry of Education and Science in pillar 1, and ERA fellowships in part 4. And this year, we already made a decision to make a second tranche of transfer. It's not fully finalized, but it's in the process. So we are going to continue in 26-27. But our first tranche was for 2 years, 24-25. So what advantages do we see with this transfer in comparison to other synergies that we are implementing? So as the first point, I would highlight less administrative burden for us as administrators, because we do not need to develop new schemes nationally and, to agree with our agencies how they will do it, what rules of procedures they will develop, so nothing is necessary in this case. Benefits for applicants are evident because they do not need to prepare any other applications, they just apply for Horizon. And if they are very good, if they are above threshold and not funded just because of lack of funds in Horizon, they can be funded from transferred resources without any other effort from their side. And we think that it's also beneficial for them because in Horizon, sometimes you can opt for higher funding rate than on national level. You don't need to deal with all state aid rules and everything like it's on national level usually. It's no risk for Lithuania to lose money that they transfer because money can be spent just for Lithuanian participants. And if we do not manage to use money we transferred, we still have a possibility to recover them back. Of course, it's not a very easy process. You have to, again, to change your operational program of structural funds. So that's why it's quite critical how you evaluate the amount that you are willing to transfer. So you have to look at your historical data, you have to consult your stakeholders, and you have to do quite a big information campaign to inform everybody that there is such a possibility, and to explain how it works and to encourage them in this way to apply more actively, and this year, not 10 years later. So, and we see that this motivation is working because in some cases we can see that we received in 2025 2 or 3 times more applications in some calls than for all years before, in our history in framework programs. So we think that it's really very good motivation. And we also sell this scheme as a very good training measure because applicants that apply, and sometimes they have to apply many times until they get grant, and here they get grant faster and they learn how to administrate the grant in real conditions in Horizon because their grants are treated on equal terms with other grants. And now we are just after the first year of implementation because we transferred our funds in 2023 and they were started to be used in 24, and now we are in the second year of the use of funds. And now our results are very good. because in the first year we managed to spend all the money, and in the second year we also have very good start. So we already have 1 ESC grant. We have 5 European Innovation Council Accelerator grants. We have 4 ERA fellowships. And we expect this year to have 2 Marie Curie grants and at least 13 ERA fellowship grants. And what are the main lessons learned? So first, of course, it's quite difficult to agree between 3 ministries, but I think it's possible. And you have to be flexible in the use of funds between 3 ministries, because not always, those programs that you plan that will be active are really the most active. Of course, we have always to be very careful in monitoring the absorption of funds and to take some measures if necessary, for example, to inform more actively or to see how to use funds better. And sometimes we see that EC procedures and electronic systems could be more flexible. But we appreciate very much the help that we get from the European Commission, and up to now everything goes more or less smoothly and successfully. And what are the preliminary results? Does it pay off? So we think if we take a snapshot of Lithuania's results in Horizon Europe, you can see that we managed to move 3 or 4 positions up. If you look in the results of participation or budget that we managed to gain. And we're extremely happy about such programs like European Research Council or European Innovation Council, because in FP7 and Horizon 2020, we managed to get just 1 ESC grant, and now we have already 5 grants. And if you look at the amount that we managed to get in Horizon Europe, it's almost double in 4 years. And if you compare it to Horizon 2020 full period. So I think it pays off, but of course, transfer is not a silver bullet. It works in a package of motivation system and incentive package. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was very informative and very encouraging. I wonder if more countries would follow this approach. It's extremely encouraging. I love the numbers. I'm facts and figure person, and those facts speak to me. And now it's time to invite our next speaker. We are staying in the domain of supporting regional development because it's time to invite Luke Incorvaya to the stage. Luke is the innovation officer. He works for European Institute of Innovation and Technology. He is responsible for the implementation of the Regional Innovation Scheme, a key EIT instrument which aims at advancing the innovation performance of those countries in Europe classified as moderate or modest innovators in the European Innovation Scoreboard. Luke holds academic degrees in European Studies and International Relations. Please tell us more about supporting moderate innovators and what could we actually do to climb higher in the Innovation Scoreboard?
Thank you. Thank you, Magdalena, and good afternoon to everybody. It's a great pleasure for me to be here representing the European Institute of Innovation and Technology. I think in the first session, quite a lot was already explained about what we do as the EIT, but very briefly, we bring together the so-called 3 sides of the knowledge triangle: business, research, and innovation, plus higher education, in order to create environments where innovation can flourish. We are Europe's largest innovation network. run through our so-called knowledge and innovation communities, each of which is tackling a specific societal challenge. Now, our knowledge and innovation communities do a number of activities, innovation-driven research projects in particular, business creation and business acceleration activities, as well as entrepreneurial education activities. But underpinning all of this is the so-called regional innovation scheme, which I have the great pleasure of managing and overseeing. Now, the eligibility of the regional innovation scheme is set out in the EIT's legislative framework and is very much linked to the European Innovation Scoreboard. Eligibility is very similar to the widening countries, which Keith mentioned, but there are a few others in there as well, in particular Italy and Spain, as you can see from the map. Now, we've been running the scheme since 2014, originally as an outreach activity, as a way of trying to bring in additional participants in our activities, but increasingly now it has been fully integrated within the core activities, which we do, as I have explained. The main elements can be described as follows. First and foremost, we use the Regional Innovation Scheme to help boost the innovation capacity of the countries and regions which we tackle. The activities vary significantly and are very much focused in terms of the societal challenges that we are trying to tackle through our knowledge and innovation communities. We make sure that, however, we do this always in a place-based approach. The place-based approach of the Regional Innovation Scheme is pretty unique. We do not see the countries that we are tackling as a homogeneous entity, but countries which each has its own specificities, its own needs, its own strengths, its own assets. And we try to leverage on those in order to give them the most tailored, the most adapted level of support we can. So building capacity and allowing innovators from those countries to compete with other peers across Europe and succeed. That's the first. The second is widened participation. So we are using the Regional Innovation Scheme as a gateway, allowing increasing number of participants from these areas to access the services and opportunities which are offered by our knowledge and innovation communities, spanning the entire value chain of innovation. Very crucially, on the ground across all of Europe, and this is something which Keith actually alluded to in his initial introductory speech, is that we are very, very well embedded on the ground. We have representations in every single risk-eligible country and also beyond. And this allows us to understand local needs, it helps us to understand local challenges, and also helps us to attract and be able to engage and reach out to the local innovation ecosystems and be able to deliver results there. Synergies is extremely important, as I will explain a little bit later in my presentation, but the idea is that we focus on the priorities, on the smart specialization strategies, and ensure that we deliver results in those areas which are more important to the countries. Our budget is about 420 million euros over the 7 years of the current programming period, so this is a significant amount of money. And also the possibility to participate is made even more attractive by ensuring that in some instances we can also offer up to 100% co-funding rate, making it very attractive to anyone to participate with us. Now, the results speak for themselves. My director in the previous session actually explained some of these results, but we're very, very proud to see that today we are one of the strongest instruments under Horizon Europe, tackling the innovation capacity gap in Europe, helping to deliver results and impact in countries and regions which are often seen as lagging in terms of their innovation capacity. But I think this says a lot. These results say a lot. I'm particularly proud of these results because it showcases that the EIT is not delivering results, is not going to these countries because we have a mandate to do so. We do not see these countries as an area which requires assistance, but rather as an untapped pool of talent, of opportunity, where we can go and really help that talent, that opportunity to come to fruition. And this is exactly what we are doing. So this culture change we are trying to instill in the countries is also a culture change which I think had to happen within the EIT. And I'm very happy and very proud to be part of this organization which truly believes in the need to widen our participation, to build the capacity of everybody, to leave no one behind. And I think this is not just me seeing these results, but was also the interim evaluation of Horizon Europe, which picked up on the very strong results and our unique position within these countries, which was very well highlighted. The document is available to the public. You can, of course, look at it. So what will we do going forward? We're very much not sitting on our laurels. We very much believe that we have much more to do. As I said during a conference we had marking 10 years of the IT Regional Innovation Scheme last year, my dream is that we do not need the Regional Innovation Scheme because we've come to a position where the West, the East, the North, the South are in a position to work together, and there are no disparities, no gap. But what we will do is two things. First and foremost, we want to make our presence locally in every single eligible country for the Regional Innovation Scheme more centralized, more coordinated, more impactful. By the end of 2025, we'll have an EIT community hub, a one-stop shop representing the entire EIT community, helping local stakeholders not only to understand what we do better, but actually access the services and opportunities we have available to our knowledge and innovation communities locally. So brain drain was mentioned very often. We allow innovators in the Central Eastern European region, Southern European region, to access Europe's largest innovation community while staying within the local ecosystem. We can provide them with anything they need, from access to test beds, access to partners, access to technology, you name it, this is available within the EIT community, and our EIT community hubs present on the ground, well embedded within the local innovation ecosystem, will facilitate this. The second is something which was mentioned a number of times already today, but I have the pleasure maybe of explaining it a little bit better to you in the next 2 minutes or so. What we will be doing is to try and bring everything together. There is a degree of fragmentation within Europe, also within the EIT community, in terms of how we deliver our support. It's high time that we bring all of this together. And as a pilot scheme, pre-pilot to be more precise, here in Poland, we will be launching the EIT's Regional Innovation Booster. This aims to create highly tailored, place-based, country-by-country support for the most promising ventures, creating a smooth support pathway from early startup stage if necessary onwards. And we very much aim to bring in other instruments from the EU, including the European Innovation Council, within this journey. So part of the idea is that we will support these ventures in order to receive additional support. We're making 30 million euros available from our side for direct investment within these countries, not just in Poland, but across the pilot. At the end of the day, what we see as success are companies which are registering at least 5 million euros worth of investment or at least 250,000 euros in sales every year. We're starting with Poland because it's the largest economy in Central and Eastern Europe. It's also a country where we have already a very strong local presence. Tomorrow we will also be opening the EIT Community Hub in Poland. You're very welcome to join us. So we're really looking forward to this new adventure. It's a new chapter, and we're very keen to work with all of you in order to make Europe a success, make Poland a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Luke. Poland is also very much looking forward to continuing our EU innovation journey with EIT. Thanks so much. And now it's time to present another instrument to support innovation in regions. I would like to invite to stage Jekaterina Novikova. Jekaterina is the Deputy Head of the Innovation Policy and Access to Finance Unit within the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, and her team is responsible for designing and implementing policy actions aimed at overcoming barriers to innovation in the EU. So the very heart of our today's discussions. Jekaterina is a certified chartered accountant and holds a master's degree in European affairs from Lund University in Sweden. Today, she will be our guide through regional innovation valleys.
Thank you so much. And let me go to my first slide. And I wanted to start with this slide. The slide, as you see, it's densely populated and makes me very proud because you can see 147 regions that are of today received the label of Regional Innovation Valley in Europe. What does it mean? What does it mean to be a Regional Innovation Valley? Yes? Okay, perfect. So the Regional Innovation Valley aims to bridge innovation divide, and it means that these regions have committed to work together in order to address their own specific challenges based on the smart specialization. They decided to bring forces together, and also they decided to collaborate between the strong innovation regions and maybe less strong innovation regions in order to complement each other. And of course, they want to collaborate together in order to attract the talent, exchange the talent, and also investments, and also open up the new markets. We have regional innovation valleys in the 5 broad areas of specialization, and they are focusing on reducing reliance on fossil fuels, increasing global food security, mastering digital transformation, including cybersecurity, improving healthcare, and achieving circularity. Besides having all this, besides having a label, we also financially support these valleys. We have now 15 successful projects that have received European funding. They received European funding from European Innovation Ecosystem, part of Horizon Europe, and also from Interregional Innovation Investment Instruments, I3. And what I think the most important to this audience to know that in 2025 there will be more calls under Horizon Europe to support this initiative and to continue this initiative. On this slide, what is important to underline? So first of all, we are talking about the deep tech innovation. We are talking also about the connectedness between less and more innovative regions. We are talking about specific interregional projects that we are expecting of the regions to pull out and work on. And also, we are also looking at the creation of the joint action plans on directionality of research and innovation investments and policies within these regions. Another very important point, we also expect that within the regions, being in the development focused on the regional authorities, but not only national authorities, we also expect that these regional and national authorities, they really work together with other innovation actors in the regions, being it SMEs, corporates, industries, students, universities, research technology organization, all that together. That is, I think, the most important part to retain from this presentation today. How do we see the specific projects, the specific also calls that are going to be announced under the Horizon Europe work program, both in the European Innovation Ecosystem and also in the wider work programs? We are looking, it is a co-fund action. We bring 50% of European funding, but we expect the regions or any participants bring another 50%. That could come from other European sources, but also from national, regional, or private sources. we also expect that they come up with a proposal that first on the own coordination and support part, that means that they would develop their own joint action plan on how we are planning to collaborate in the 3 to 5 years to come. And here we are quite open because it's really up to these regions and up to the actors to decide what exactly they want to bring that. However, as I mentioned before, we also expect them to bring some innovation actions in place. It means that it should come up also with 3 to 4 specific interregional innovation projects at quite high level of TRL levels, based on, and there must be focused on these 5 broad areas of specialization that I just outlined. All that together would constitute of the proposal for the Horizon Europe calls that are going to be published and launched very shortly. As my presentation is quite condensed, and if you, of course, no doubt would like to know more, there are a specific regional innovation valleys stand here at the conference, right in the middle. So please, I invite you to also to contact my colleague who could explain you more about the information. Again, as you know, the work program is already, Horizon Europe work program is already pre-published. It's available online if you want to look through the specific conditions for the call. And of course, I invite you not to wait, because also for that consortium, you need to bring different regions and different actors together to help you. We have also update online the interactive map with the specific contact details of the regional authorities that you can contact in your specific area of specialization. As regards the calls, we're going to have the info day on the 3rd of June to explain you exactly of what to apply, where to pay attention to, and also it's opportunity for you to ask the questions beyond this very short session. And also on the 18th of June in Brussels, there will be an event in person during the S3 Community of Practice, where you will be able to come and to meet other regions and discuss, also to start building the consortium and discuss possible proposals to come. However, so there will be a few actions that you could look and pay attention in the upcoming Horizon Europe Work Program 2025. First of all, of course, I would invite you to pay attention to the European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program, where we have 35 million action for particularly for this implementing co-funding action plans for the connecting reefs. We also have smaller preparatory action for the setting up joint programs and plans that are maybe seen also a little bit wider of this co-funding reefs action that could be also interesting for different regions, not only regions, but also different innovation actors for the collaboration. We also will have Videra call in Videra work program. That is somehow regional innovation valley mirror call. But what is important there, again, for the widening countries, also for CEE, that is specific requirement to have a coordinator from the widening country. And actually, it's really specific funding dedicated, 24 million, to really to support and to promote this initiative for the regional innovation valleys in the widening country specifically. But of course, together, always promoting collaboration with the strong innovative actors from other regions and countries. There also, you can take a look in the other clusters, specific clusters based on your specialization. Cluster 4 of the work program. There is a specific call for system experimentation for Industry 5.0. It's particularly focused on the artificial intelligence, but again, with specific link to regional innovation valley that could be very interesting for those who are working in the digital transformation. And then for the Cluster 6 work program, again, work program on the bioeconomy and bioeconomy sustainability principles, there is specific also concept on the regional innovation valleys for bioeconomy and food systems that had been actually launched 2 years ago in Plovdiv. And here, again, you could find within this call, with this specific call, references to regional innovation valleys, and already existing regional innovation valleys could apply, and maybe also future regional innovation valleys could already take a look into this call. And as I spoke already on some length on the European Innovation Ecosystem Work Program that actually main aim to connect the different actors together in Europe for the robust competitiveness innovation framework. I would also like to mention a few other calls that we are going to have later in the year, but not so far in the year because the time is running. The calls will be opening in September. They will be focusing on the different areas that are very important within our current innovation initiatives, as EU Competitiveness Compass, as upcoming Startup and Scale-up Strategy, and also that could be of interest in the audience here. One of them is building European network of national competence centers for innovation procurement, because we believe that the innovation procurement really could be one of the driving force of ensuring competitiveness in Europe, and we need more uptake and more competences, especially for the public buyers in that area. Expanding investment ecosystem topic will be actually focused on attracting foreign investors into emerging and moderate innovation ecosystems. And again, here it could be for Polish consistency and also for other countries could be very interesting topic to pay attention to. And the last but not the least, and again, it's one of the areas that also the upcoming Startup and Scale-up Strategy would take a closer look. It is scaling up deep tech ecosystems. And here we will be talking about building innovation ecosystem around research infrastructure, pan-European research infrastructures, and making access to the research infrastructures easier for the different parties and innovation actors, particularly SMEs. This is my last slide. I see the time is running, so thank you very much, and I'm giving floor to next speaker.
Thank you very much, Ekaterina. We have really high hopes in Poland for Regional Innovation Valley. We've been quite successful in the call. We have 11 innovation valleys. They cover 10 out of 16 of our regions, plus capital region of Warsaw. I have so many questions to our speakers. I hope you do too, because step by step we are coming to the Q&A session. But speaking of step, it's time for Boriana Spasowa. Boriana is a policy officer in the STEP Task Force, European Commission. She assists member states in aligning their cohesion policy programs with STEP's goals and coordinating an EU-wide network of national contact points for STEP. You have background in economic development. So, please, floor is yours.
Yes, hi. I have the very hard task to keep your attention at the very end of this session, but I'm very happy that I have the opportunity to talk to you about STEP. And what is STEP? It's this very short name that actually means Strategic Technologies for Europe platform. And I'm from the STEP Task Force in DG Budget in the European Commission. And I'm very, very happy to talk to you about our initiative. So, but first, what is at stake? We heard quite a lot today, so I'm not going to repeat a lot of that, but we all know that we're in a global race for critical technologies and we want to be part of that. At the same time, we are facing a lot of constraints on the EU budget with new priorities coming up. Also, national budgets have to cover and cater for so many objectives. We've heard quite a lot. What we can also add to this is the feedback that we receive from industry. Fragmented landscape, which is hard to navigate sometimes, sometimes lack of advisory or support services, and the missing portal where you can click and find immediately what you're searching for and where you can apply. So this created an ecosystem for STEP, for the strategic, just a second, I hope, my slide is not moving. Oh, yes. This created the ecosystem for this proposal, strategic platform for Europe technologies for Europe. And what is it in a nutshell? Well, it's not a new fund. there is no fresh money to it, apart from a small, a billion and 1.5 billion for defense top-up. But we are talking about funding that has to be found somewhere within the existing EU programs and has to be redirected to competitiveness and critical technologies. Beyond everything written on this slide, what is very important is that this is the testing ground for the new competitiveness fund, which will be coming up with a proposal of the multi-annual financial framework. So this will be the proposal for the future. What can STEP invest in? So we have focused ourselves very much on the three sectors that you see in the third column. So digital and deep tech, that quite a lot focuses on artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, but also microelectronics, semiconductors, and so on. Then we have clean and resource efficient technologies, net zero technologies, hydrogen technologies, heat pumps. And then the third sector is biotech, which focuses very much on pharmaceuticals, essential medicine, biotech, and also for crop, for industry, and so on. Very importantly here, the objective of STEP is really to target the development and manufacturing of these critical technologies, secure the value chains that need to stay in Europe, and to look also into the possibilities to tackle labor shortages and skills for critical technologies, not all skills, but for critical technologies. What tools do we have for ourselves? Well, the major one, as I mentioned, is redirecting funding towards critical technologies throughout the existing programs, 11 EU programs, and I'll come to that in the next slide, through dedicated STEP calls. On the other hand, we also proposed a STEP seal. This is a quality label seal that provides for the opportunity for further access to funding from EU sources, but also linking to private investment. We have the STEP portal, which is a consolidation of funding opportunities for the STEP sectors that I mentioned before, financed throughout the EU budget. And we have a one-stop shop, which is the task force within DG Budget that is there to support and to work together with all parts of the Commission, and also to support our national contact points that are responsible for the implementation on the ground. Importantly, we have the STEP portal, that is a platform that is really there to facilitate the access to information for all users, not only through directly managed calls, but also calls that are national and regional, coming from the funding that is allocated to the member states. Including in the future, that means also that the Polish calls for the STEP sectors would also feature on that portal. So it's something that you can always consult, and you can see as an enterprise, as a consortium, can you apply to this? Are there directly managed programs that can support me? Or is there something in my region or from the national programs? The 11 programs that I mentioned are all summarized here. On the left side, you see the ones that are providing the STEP seal, the ones that are checking the quality, and these are projects that the Commission considers to be of high quality, of high value, something that we really need to invest into more. But also by receiving the STEP seal, that gives a direct fast tracking to receive further funding. So in the previous panels, we discussed also about can we actually focus a lot of our funding on specific sectors, on specific projects to make sure that we are perhaps building the future unicorns. This is something that the STEP seal is aiming to achieve, this link between the left side and the right side of the EU budget, providing fast tracking for the programs that have allocations, and it's designed by the member state, like the European Regional Development Fund, but also Recovery and Resilience Facility and InvestEU through investing partners. So coming closer to the end of my presentation, what have we achieved so far? We have been an initiative launched a year ago, and these are the results. Across the board through direct management programs as Horizon, Digital Europe, but also European Defence Fund, which is gaining importance now in the current geopolitical situation, but also EU for Health and the Innovation Fund. We have redirected and found almost 10 billion funding that was deployed through 70 calls. And through the funding of cohesion policy, or how, as you know it, perhaps as structural funds or cohesion policy funds, we have managed to have 11 member states who are piloting STEP with their national and regional programs, but also more that are coming in waves, bringing us to this very nice map of the programs that have already been adopted in the very first wave. So we see that quite a lot of interest is already there. We have almost 6.5 billion redirected to the STEP sectors in different countries under the cohesion policy programs, but this is just the first wave, and more are on the way. More have been formally submitted to the Commission, including we have 3 programs for Poland, and one of the program amendments, one of the program changes is going to be among the largest ones we have seen throughout Europe in general. So we have very high ambition and very high hopes for Poland. And just let me confirm that as this was discussed already before, competitiveness is a top priority for the upcoming, for the current Commission, with a lot of upcoming initiatives, but also among these, the proposal for the next MFF, for which STEP is a testing ground. And here I take off my hat as STEP Task Force and remind myself that I'm also part of DG Budget in the European Commission, and we are preparing the next proposal for the multi-annual financial framework. Keep it in your radar. That's going to come mid-July this year already, in the summer. And beyond that, we are in a moment of wide consultations in the preparation for that. So please, if you have interest to share your feedback, not only from the ministries, but of course we are also very interested to know what the beneficiaries of current EU funds are receiving, or private investors. This is all very important discussion that we are having currently now. And I think I'll stop here, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Boriana. I can assure you that Poland also has high hopes in STEP. And now it's high time to bring all your questions, because I can see the guys bringing here the chairs for our speakers. So once again, I would like to ask all our speakers to this stage, and it's time to open our Q&A session. So, Keith Shrakira, please. Aista Wilkanowski-te, Boriana Spasowa, Jekaterina Nowikowa, Luke Inkorvaja. Yes, take your seats wherever you would like. I will stand. Finally, I'm visible on the stage. So, do we have questions from the audience? And I can see barely anything because of the lights. Maybe if I take my reading glasses, it would be better. I cannot see the questions yet, so really cannot. So, I will use my own because I have so many questions to you. Okay, sorry. That's out of excitement that I got to ask the questions. So, first question to you is very, very general. Simply, if you could give one advice to the applicants, to the instruments that you presented, what would that be? And I'd like to start with Keith, because you said that pre-accelerator is not a charity, it's for the best. So, how to be the best?
Right, so my advice, which is for the whole of the EIC, but also a few other things, is don't worry about failure. Most of the companies that are successful with the EIC are not successful at the first attempt. And what we see, and it particularly sometimes in Central Eastern Europe to make it, is that companies are rejected and then they never come back. That's not the way it works. I think this is the same for investors. I mean, this is about what being an entrepreneur is about. So take the lessons from the feedback, from the pre-accelerator, the accelerator, and use that to come back better and stronger.
Thank you very much. My next question would go to Luke. Could you tell me how to build perfect ecosystem for regional innovation scheme? How could we be really better, really competitive? How could we do more to really climb up the innovation scoreboard? Because it really hurts me to see us being, somewhere down there. I don't want to be down there anymore.
So, perfect is a big word, first and foremost. So it's a bit hard for me to maybe very accurately answer how we can do this perfectly. What I can say is that since the EIT Regional Innovation Scheme started being implemented in 2014, every single country eligible for the EIT RIS has increased its scores in the European Innovation Scoreboard. There is certainly no one-size-fits-all approach. There are some countries which I know better. I'm from Malta. I'm a small Mediterranean island. I know the ecosystem in Cyprus is also very similar. The connectivity in our countries is what makes us stand out. And the fact Cyprus now is no longer an innovation, a moderate innovator, but actually is a strong innovator. And I think we can learn a lot from there. So first and foremost, I think every single country has to invest in innovation and recognize that innovation is important. So there has to be the adequate amount of resources available in order for that innovation ecosystem to flourish. Secondly, it has to be connected, as I mentioned. And I think what the EIT does, in that it brings together the so-called three sides of the knowledge triangle: higher education, business, research, and innovators of all forms, plus NGOs, public authorities, and others, is really the way forward. And I think the results we have been delivering in the areas targeted by the Regional Innovation Scheme speak for themselves. I wouldn't say that either the EIT or the Regional Innovation Scheme by any measure are perfect, but I think they do represent a strong basis on which to build. I think we have the results to prove our added value, and we have been actively supporting local innovation ecosystems to flourish in the same way our own has. And this is something we'll also be doing here in Poland, and to do this increasingly across Europe.
Thank you very much. And now my question goes to Ekaterina, because you said that the key message from your presentation is to build strong innovation ecosystem on every level: European, national, regional, including all the actors, starting from researchers through academia, also business, citizens, startups, SMEs, everybody. How do we get everybody on board and get them really to work together?
Good question, very challenging. But let me focus more on the Regional Innovation Valley calls, upcoming calls, because I think it's very important. Because what is good now in 2025 that we can build already on the knowledge that we had from the 2023 calls. And in 2023, of course, it was Regional Innovation Valley came from the new European Innovation Agenda that was adopted in July 2022. And the calls came very, very rapidly with very short submission deadline. So they came as a surprise to many participants. And that was also signaled to us it was very challenging to build a good consortium, to find partner, to secure the co-financing. I think now in 2025, we are really came quite some way from that. We have enough time. We already know the experience from the previous calls and the previous attempt maybe to build successful, maybe not successful consortium. So, and basically here first, the lesson learned, of course, you need to start on time. So you know already the conditions that are going to be in the work program. So do not wait until the opening of the call. Do not wait until the info day. Do not wait until this session in Brussels that we're going to organize for you. Of course, it is for you, but it's also for you to take initiative and start, building the consortium and identifying the partners now. And the second thing I want to mention, because of course the co-funding, we have very ambitious co-funding rate, 50%. And why we're doing it, it was a lot of discussion of what kind of co-funding we would go for. And actually the reason why we really push for this 50%, because we really want to do it together. And we also want you sort of also financially be invested in this initiative. So it's really this challenge, but you have to overcome this challenge already at the moment of building your proposal to find the sources of co-financing. We have also if we are talking about the widening countries, of course you have structural funds. And we do have also successful examples of attracting the structural funds to the co-funding part of the proposal. We have now, if I'm not mistaken, 14 regions in 8 member states who are going to use the structural funds. But I can tell you, it was not easy. It's not easy, right? And you have to talk as soon as you can to the responsible authorities in your country if you would like to go for this co-funding. Then, of course, you can consider other types of co-funding, national, regional, and private. But again, you have to really look and plan on time in order to be ready for the submission. I think this is like really the key aspect, and securing this 50% of co-financing, sometimes it's really becomes really the problem for the regions, and some regions that unfortunately had to even step out already at the moment of the successful proposal of why, because already, even if they already won these projects, they had to pull out because apparently they didn't really discuss enough or really brought it to the conclusion in their region, in their country, this problem of the co-financing. I think this is the most important for you to start figuring out now.
Thank you very much. I hope everybody listened to what Ekaterina said. Starting earlier is the best advice, and talk to each other is even better. I can see a hand.
I will reveal. Hello. Magda, can I ask a little longer question? Will you allow me? Guys, I represent the tech transfer for Polish universities and research institutes, 100 of them, 2 entities. And I would like to ask you about bubbles we live in Europe, because our activity is about going to business, going to cities, and convince them that we can do more with our scientists and students. And for last year, we spent time talking with 34 European big corporations with EU money, not Chinese, not American, convincing them that our scientists, not only in Poland, but in Central Eastern Europe, can do some meaningful things, that we are not only factories and muscles, we have brains. Let's do it together. So basically it was Marco Draghi in practice before it was, fashion to do it. And out of these 34 big European companies, only 8 agreed to go out of this, comfort zone. And we prepared with them research innovation agendas. You can see them there. And my question is, because we do live in bubbles, whenever we go as Polish scientists and innovators to, Norway, Sweden, Germany, they don't know what to do with innovations and innovators from Poland. We have a factory in Poland, but innovators and scientists from Poland with ideas, we don't know what to do with you. So we would really like to do 2 things. Join forces in Central Europe and make a good big message. Come on, guys, we can be available for you in Europe. Let's make made in EU innovations together, competing with China, with US. And the second thing, can we do science diplomacy together? Not every Central European country separately, but together. So my question is, how can you help us?
before you answer, if you want to meet Jakub and me again, please come together to our tech transfer session tomorrow. So, the answer, who's going to start? Keith.
Well, we've been running something we call the EIC Corporate Days. And what we do is we get large corporates and we do a whole exercise with them where we try and understand their needs. And then we look in the whole EIC portfolio to see which companies have got relevant innovations. And then we coach those companies. And then we do a pitching session. And the companies have to commit to testing out some of those solutions. And we follow up a few months later to see what's actually happened. And it's been very successful in getting contracts. And actually our experience is the corporates actually quite like this because they will know the startups in their local ecosystem. If it's a Spanish corporate, they will not know if there's a Polish startup that is relevant to. So I think we've had some relevant experience with this, but we see that there is a problem, we think, with European corporates. They're just not very engaged at high level of doing this. They don't really see it as central to their business strategies in many cases. A lot of European corporates, when they do this activity, they look to the US rather than looking within Europe. So it's one of the things we're considering for the startup and scale-up strategy. If we can really push on the side of corporates, potentially at a more senior level, they need to be far more serious about engaging with European startups, because that's why they're being left behind in a lot of these transformations of industry.
Thank you very much. Luke, you were nodding all the time.
Yes, I wonder if I can tackle, sorry, I can't really see you. I'm really sorry. No, it's just the lights.
Jakub, please come closer. Don't be shy. You're never shy.
Thank you very much. I'd like to tackle two particular aspects you've dealt with. Initially, I thought Magdalena was going to ask me the same question she asked Keith. What advice would you give to maybe applicants? And what I would have said is believe in yourself, believe in our capacity. I come from a widening country, and I know that sometimes we have a certain low self-esteem when we come up against other participants from more, older, let's put it this way, European countries. My experience has been that the abilities in Central, East, and Southern Europe are just as great as anywhere else, and we should go with confidence to deal with others. And within the EIT community, I'm very proud to say, and I mentioned this in my presentation, we do not see widening countries as an area where we kind of have to do something special there or have to help them. We actually see it as a pool of talent. So within the EIT community, a bubble, indeed, we are bringing and bridging the West with the East, the South with the North, and I think we are able to allow participants to succeed and build their own self-esteem, if you wish, within our programs as they move on to other even more competitive programs such as the EIC to get even more support and even be able to grow even more. I'd also like to touch upon the science diplomacy point, if I may, although this is not maybe a direct mandate of the EIC, it's a topic which is close to my heart. I actually lecture in it at Corvinus University in Budapest. Well, the EIT also, however, does a bit in this regard. We have, I explained, a presence across all of Europe, but we also have presence in Silicon Valley, in Israel, and in the United Kingdom. And through these presences, we ensure that Europe is there, that we can connect Europe's innovation ecosystem with that in other countries, and we can also help to channel both investment from these countries towards Europe, as well as bring talent from these countries to Europe. And this is something I think we need. So it's a small contribution, I admit, but it's one I am proud of as well, and it's a drop I think we all need.
Thank you very much. Boriana, how can you help as STEP?
Well, yes, indeed. I mean, we have the mandate for budget, so we're really very much focused on finding the funding for this. So I do leave the floor really to the policy experts here. But from the step perspective, it's very important indeed to give this impulse, this understanding also from public administration, because I assume that in the technology transfer, a lot of the original funding comes from grants and searching the support for public funding to put this expectation also to the managing authorities for the cohesion policy funds, to the national authorities, to our national contact point for STEP, that they need to focus on technology transfers. They need to design also actions to make sure that our researchers can become entrepreneurs and have this mindset to not end the cycle of development of research just at a certain point. So my advice would be really to be very active in this STEP ecosystem at national level and to ask them to be impactful with what they do. We are very used with funding to try to cover for everything and cater for everybody's needs because it's public funding and we are under scrutiny. But it's also okay to try to be impactful and to ask from public funding to go to targeted actions that are really going to be the cornerstones of our future competitiveness. So if we're building towards future unicorns, we have to put the funding there as well.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I hope you're satisfied with answers. We'll continue this discussion tomorrow. And I have seen yet another hand and yet another. Oh, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Well, my question was concerning the pre-accelerator scheme. And why have you chosen to have a different instrument from transition? I mean, because I think the scope is relatively similar. But for instance, when we spoke about regional innovation valleys, in Wideera, there is a mirror call. But in this case, you've made it different. So why and what are the reasons for have a different tool?
Okay, I'm going to have to give a slightly, I apologize for this, I'm going to have to give a slightly bureaucratic response to this. I mean, we're kind of stuck between two things. On one hand, we're only allowed to use EIC instruments in the EIC. And here we were putting it in the widening work programme. And what we would normally do is to transfer budget from widening to the EIC to allow us to use EIC instruments. But there's also a legislative provision which says you can't transfer money from widening to any other part of the... so we're a bit stuck in this situation where we can't use an EIC grant and we can't transfer the money. But what we've tried to do, I don't know if Eva, I can't see anyone, Eva is here, who's in my team and is following this. I mean, we are using a different grant type, it's a CSA. But we are mimicking almost completely the way this is done in transition. So the evaluation criteria, I think almost exactly the same, Eva, if I'm right, and the funding rate is very similar. So hopefully as a participant, you won't see so much difference between it. And we have also delegating this to ISMEA, so it's implemented by the same team that is implementing the accelerator.
Thank you so much. I could see a hand over there also, right? Over there. And then Sarah here. Could you? Yes. Oh my gosh. I'm so happy to see all
Can I start then? I represent academia. I come from Łódź University of Technology. And I would like to ask you about any mechanism that will support our fresh graduates, because we have a number of science clubs, and these students, when they finish the studies, they frequently find the easiest way to find a job in large companies which come to Poland, like software companies, well paid, so they find the job straight away. So it is not helping to build the startup ecosystems. Is there any scheme supporting very early stage students' initiatives? Because this is where the whole problem starts, in my mind, because our universities, unfortunately, are long-term underfunded, so we don't have extra money to support them at this very early stage of their, hopefully, fruitful career. Thank you.
Okay, Luke is nodding again, so he's got an answer.
I'm sorry, you're hearing a lot from me today. But I'll give you just one example, and actually my colleague Marta, also in the room, I think. I'm not entirely sure again, but we have a program called the EIT Jumpstarter. This is a very early stage pre-accelerator program which helps students, could be, of course, one target group, but not only, in order to help them if they have an idea. They have to have an innovative idea which they wish to develop further. We will help them through the EIT Jumpstarter to validate their business model, to, at the end of the program, establish their company. And for the more successful one, we also give some pre-seed funding up to 10,000 euros. We also, of course, give them access to our entire network, which, as I explained, includes a lot of support, which is nearly difficult to quantify in terms of monetary quantity, partners, expertise, and so on. Additionally, many of these then go on to receive support from the KIC's own accelerators, and that includes additional financial support, as well as mentoring, exposure, and so on. And we have, I'm very proud to say, a growing, still small, yet growing crop of companies which have then gone on to receive support from the EIC as well, therefore achieving a very high degree of success in terms of investment. So I think there's a well-proven model. In the call, which closed, I think in April, we received nearly 1,000 applications this year. So the competition is also increasing. But I think it really shows that for people like the students you have mentioned, this is very much something they're interested in and see added value in.
Thank you very much. And for you, I would advise a meeting with our EIT experts at National Contact Point at NCBR. Really, they could assist you a lot. So I could see Han over there. If you could assist with the mic, yes? Here, lady, over there, yeah.
Thank you so much. I represent widening country, Georgia, and the Horizon Europe National Office to Georgia. Pre-accelerator is a hot topic to me as well. So as we saw from your slide, the opening of the call has been slightly delayed compared to the previously announced date. My question is related to the evaluation criteria. Do we have kind of priorities which might be considered, like in case of accelerator? What are the priorities during the evaluation process? Do we expect only deep tech applications or something else? Thank you.
Okay, I mean, you can find the criteria already. They're published. We are looking for deep tech. Innovations that are developing novel technologies as part of their business, but we're not setting priorities in terms of thematic areas. We're not saying it has to be artificial intelligence or biotech or quantum. So it's entirely open. And just to confirm, when I said widening countries, this also includes, of course, Georgia and other associated countries. So very happy to hear of your interest in it. And please do talk to Eva, who sat just behind you there, who is running this in my team for questions. She's the right contact.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We have 1 minute, so one more question.
I will be quick, I promise. Hi, everybody. My name is Francesca Corante. I'm the EIT Community Officer of Albania, newly established, I must say, on February. The business community in Albania is thriving, and we have many opportunities now coming on. One of which is, of course, EIC and EIT now. The call of EIT Jumpstarters closed on the 2nd, and we had many Jumpstarters from Albania. Very high interest. But it's true, I know that the quality in terms of the applications is hard to get. My question is this. Do EIC and EIT collaborate in doing some type of due diligence for the projects? Meaning, EIT has foot on the ground, let's say, in all widening countries, having offices there, and can be a good structural due diligence to the companies that may think that they are very deep tech, but that sometimes don't know what deep tech is, and they're trying very hard to do so. So do you collaborate in this term and collaborate also with other funds in order to make this actually happen and strive forward, because this is very fragmented until now. Thank you.
So who would like to take this one? Please, Kip.
Yeah, the answer is yes. And we've got a number of collaborations with the EIT, but one of them is the fast track scheme. So we say to all of the KICs, they can pre-select up to 20 companies a year from their own programs that we trust their due diligence, and they can nominate those companies for the EIC. Now, they then have to compete on an equal playing field, on an equal basis, with other companies coming in, but they bypass the first step. We don't need to look at those companies again. They get access immediately to the free coaching that we provide to help applicants. So it's been a bit of a difficult process with some of the KICs, and we're looking collectively about how we improve this. But it's exactly your point that we don't need to repeat these things, and we need companies in this innovation journey to be able to move quite seamlessly between the different types of support. So that's what we're working on.
Thank you very much. And I was saving Aiste for the end, because you are an NCP coordinator for Horizon Europe, and I am an NCP. And I would like to ask for your final advice, just one sentence, how to be successful in Horizon Europe.
Well, I think it's a holistic exercise. So I think for researchers, the most important thing is to take the opportunities that are existing and that are offered on European level and on national level. For, I think, policy formation, it's important to have some strategy behind your actions. And the best thing is to plan from the very beginning of the financial period. And on the Commission side, I think the most important thing is to be consistent.
Thank you very much. I also have an advice as a long-term NCP. My first one is the echo of what Ekaterina said: start early. If you are starting when the calls are open, you're probably so very late. And the other one, which always works for me, used to work for me when I was a researcher, works for me now, is do not waste coffee breaks. Coffee breaks are not just for coffee. Coffee breaks are to meet each other, are to talk, to find your partners for the future consortia, because I believe that collaboration is the very heart of Horizon Europe. So let's talk, let's innovate together, let's continue our innovation journey together. Thank you very much. You are the best audience. Thank you very much to the amazing speakers. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning our last session today. The session on the main stage is going to be dedicated to practical solutions to the problems and challenges we've been covering throughout the whole day today. But I'd like to remind you that there are two other stages. On the potential and opportunity stage, we have a startup spotlight, best practices and challenges exchange. And on the challenges stage, there is a roundtable discussion aligning national and EU innovation support systems. As I said, here we will focus on very practical ideas and tools to implement the schemes that were discussed in previous discussion panels. The moderator of this discussion panel is Jakub Jasiczak, chairman of the Polish Association of University Knowledge Transfer Companies.
Good evening. We have today 4 powerhouse organizations with us today, and I would like to invite, we have Anna from EIC. Applause. Here. We have Prita from ERIN. We have Benedict from DG Regio. We have, sorry for this. And we have Dariusz from EIT. And there is one person from big digital corporation, so I invite Małgorzata from Play. Okay, this is about my notes. Hello, everybody. So, guys, this is tricky because for the last 2 hours we've been talking what the EIC and EIT is and what can you offer and how, and there was even a Q&A session. So to do something new, it will be tricky. So we came with Małgorzata with a plan. The point is, I'm from the tech transfer community. So what I do in my everyday job is I link my scientists with companies, with cities, with NGOs, and we do this like 24/7, building those relations. Małgorzata is working in a big digital company, investing heavily in this region of Europe, Play, and we have one thing in common when we discussed before this meeting, that for many years we didn't know about you, and then we knew about you, but we didn't have any, touching points, and we didn't cooperate. So we will ask questions, not what can you offer and what are you doing, but what can we do together to really work together. So, and we will do this from 2 perspectives. So the science community and tech transfer community and big companies, because all the programs are about startups, spin-offs, entrepreneurs, and the question is how can big multinational companies join and do something together. So this is the concept of our today talk. And the second idea is that we will have some questions to you, and then we would really like to ask you questions between you, because we see the chance and necessity to better cooperation between, ERIN, DG Regio, EIC, EIT. So I will give you the floor to ask the questions. Maybe it will work. If not, we will, let the audience ask questions. Okay, so this is it. And now let me just do the... Okie dokie. So we're going to start with EIC, and I have my idea is that I will ask 2 questions to each organization, okay, and then we will discuss further. So we will start with EIC, where bold ideas meet bold funding. Then we will go to EIT, which trains innovators and builds ecosystem that we already know this. Then ERIN, the voice of regional innovation, pushing for smarter policies. And we close with DG Regio, the budget heavyweight. Is this okay for you? Okay. Okay, so let's start with EIC. You will have like 10 minutes, so no rush. We really have time. Tomorrow we have panel discussion, 85 minutes and 24 people, and that's the challenge. We don't have challenge here. 10 minutes, no problem. So key context for the audience, although you already know EIC from previous panel discussion, the EIC is an EU flagship innovation funding instrument supporting deep tech ventures, having Pathfinder, Transition, Accelerator. And even through EIC offers great opportunities, most of funding still goes to Western European companies. Poland and other CE nations struggling with access, with visibility, with successes in EIC programs. So my 2 strategic questions to Anna are, let's be honest. Why do innovators from countries like Poland consistently underperform in EIC schemes? Are we missing something, some soft barriers? And my second question is, you lead as EIC widening working group, so what are the most acceptable steps Poland ecosystem should take? So 2 questions for you.
Okay, thank you, thanks for the invitation. It's great to be here in Warsaw. So essentially, yes, as you mentioned, I have been heading up the efforts on the widening countries related to the EIC. And we have done some really extensive things and really hopefully interesting also for the audience to know. When we looked at widening countries, so we consider 15 widening countries. When we are talking about widening countries, they're member states, right? And we looked at each one of those, and we found that obviously not, each one of them has their own reasons why they are not, let's say, performing as we would like them to perform on the EIC funding allocation criteria. And just for you to know, we have found that only around 7%, that's a single-digit number, goes to the widening countries from the whole EIC budget, right, annually. And so we really looked into this, we looked into data, and we had several topics that we were dealing with. So again, one important message, not all the countries are the same. So you're not gonna have one policy as a silver bullet and make sure, okay, now that's, done. We have done something that's quite still controversial for many people, but I also talked to DG Regio about it and so on. So we've done actually a bias study in cooperation with the London School of Economics, where we have given to a very large pool of our evaluators and jury members absolutely the same business case. It was an online experiment. So everyone got the same business case, but we changed the variable of geography and gender of the entrepreneur. So what we found is, in some cases, we have found the statistically significant bias against widening countries when it comes to the evaluation of these companies. So which means that all of us, if we would now participate in this questionnaire, we would get exactly the same business case with great IP, customers, whatever. But you would get France, I would get Croatia, you would get Lithuania, and it seems that you would have the tendency to evaluate France or a non-widening country as more fundable than the widening countries. So, of course, we started, I'm assuming this is not a surprise to anyone, so basically this was used as a foundation to actually start creating some actions around it and looking really into where the gaps are and how we can really support the best companies, because oftentimes in the European Commission, there is this mantra about supporting the best entrepreneurs, about, principles of excellence and so on. But in reality, you can't really, implement that if you have any biases in the such high-stake evaluation processes, right? So this is something that we looked into. And then we're tackling this biases in our jury members, in also evaluators pool with certain actions and trainings. We have also made sure that we have a certain percentage of evaluators in those jury panels that are sitting there, and they are diverse enough based on geography and also gender. So that's related, to this topic of biases, right? Then another thing.
I need to ask you, be a consultant. Tomorrow we're going to have Ministry of Foreign Affairs here, and we discuss with them the science diplomacy issue. What would be your advice based on this study? What should we do to change that effectively?
Yeah, I'm very far from being a consultant. I'm a founder and also an angel investor, so I put myself in that box. So, it's really a cultural and a behavioral shift that we need to be working on. And, on one hand, you have, obviously, there is a certain evolution of how we came to have the European Union and all these instruments and so on. And, as with, let's say, gender, which is a less politically sensitive topic, even though it's a controversial one as well, it's the same logical principle and the same problem there. I think we really need to make sure that, the thing is, there is some stuff that EIC can do, right, to clean up our processes and make sure that we are really maximizing the chance and the equality of chance for everyone who is trying to apply. But there is also stuff that we have to do on the national and member states levels to address these things. So you need to make sure that you have a good support system. You need to make sure that the entrepreneurs are well prepared. You need to make sure that their technology is actually really good and competitive, So I'm not saying that it isn't, and there is not many great companies in widening countries, but it needs to be streamlined in a way that it's competitive enough for an instrument like the EIC, which is already, the Champions League of the European funding. But since you mentioned consultants, so this brings me to another topic.
I have it.
And this is maybe I'll close my intervention here, and then we can talk later, not to monopolize the conversation. So, as you know, for many different instruments, grants, and so on, there's a whole market that's writing these proposals, and those are private consultants, for-profit consultants. And oftentimes, in widening countries, you will not have a very good infrastructure when it comes to that. So you will not have good consultants that can support the applicants to apply for the EIC. They can maybe work with them in some other applications and so on, but it's simply, it's a new instrument, it's very competitive, and so on. So what happens is that we have created a code of conduct for consultants that was published a couple years, like 2 years ago, and then there's a new version came out recently, where we want to make sure that, first of all, applicants are aware of what the fair practices in the market are. That's one thing. We want to make sure, secondly, that consultants are also aware that we are looking at this market, because we have found that there is a bunch of abusive practices, even in the most developed European markets. For instance, people taking IP from the applicants who are not informed enough, when they submit several times or whatever. They're not giving them access to their usernames and passwords. They're, charging them exorbitant fees for, even just trying to apply, and then, having really abusive percentages when they win the actual project. So we were actually, and why did we do this? This is also another very controversial thing, because some people just deny the reality that the majority of applicants use consultants. The majority of applicants use the consultants. So the point is really, and this is, based on the evidence that we also internally have, and it's not a reality that we should be, trying to change, but really kind of streamline this in creating a fair process and making sure that we also kick off like this initiative in the widening countries, because the idea of like having this code of conduct for consultants and having like proper practices around it, the idea was also to kind of spill over the know-how and the network to the widening countries that currently in many cases lack the infrastructure to support the applicants in a successful way.
Do you have a data that convinced that scientists are using this code of conduct while talking to consultants? Because, 2 remarks from what Michel said 1 year ago when there was a meeting and we asked him about why we do not succeed in EIC, and he told 2 clever things. The first one was, you will get the funding if the topic you are dealing with makes you cannot sleep. So it cannot be like, well, maybe I have an idea, I will start to write it like 2 weeks before the deadline. No, the guys are really living with this problem, idea or solution. And the second thing was, do not use AI generators just to write, research proposals. It won't work. It's not effective. So what can we do to persuade scientists to use this code of conduct and not to spend money for, false consultancy?
I mean, the code of conduct is there to kind of more help inform decision-making of the applicants. So, whoever asks me about the EIC funds and, whether they should use a consultant or not, I point them out to this. First, I think, a lot of companies also have their own in-house consultants that they're using for these kind of purposes. So I think it's good to know. Obviously it's targeted at less informed applicants, potentially, that are quite heavily, and as many of you will know, they're literally harassed by many consultants to apply and to give them the exclusivity for applying to many of these calls. So, there is so many things. Like, obviously, it would be great that everyone who applies to the EIC is aware of this document and reads it to make sure that they're just better prepared to compete.
Thank you very much. Dariusz, EIT. So key context for the audience about EIT, you already know what they are doing, but EIT supports the largest EU-wide innovation ecosystem, 2,400 partners, 9,900 startups. It links business and education through sector-specific knowledge and innovation communities, you already know, but many universities and startups find EIT hard to access due to its complexity. And before I ask you a question, I have another one, additional, because I was asked today to listen carefully about this memorandum of understanding between the Ministry of Development and the EIT director about this EIT Regional Innovation Booster. And my friends asked me, write us, what is it about? I don't know. Can you explain this idea? What will you do as a pilot?
Sure, glad you asked. First of all, starting from the end, the booster, it's a very simple concept. We want to be able to serve as one single point of entry for various funding schemes. We want to basically help, not just provide yet another scheme providing money, but help navigate this super complicated system that we already have. EIC, EIT, and many other systems, we know it's complicated. As you said, most organizations use consultants. Should it be this way? Probably not. For Y Combinator, I doubt if anyone uses a consultant. So it shouldn't be this way, but can we change it? Again, it's public money. Well, we need to be very careful. So there has to be procedure. And while my heart goes to all entrepreneurs, I started a couple of companies, exited a couple of them. I know it's a nuisance dealing with public money this way. On the other hand, we don't ask for equity. It's we do something for the public good. So I think there has to be a little bit less flexibility there because of those constraints which are external. However, if your question is, are we trying to change it? Are we trying to be more flexible? Of course, by all means. Things that we do. For instance, we are trying to offer multi-year financing. Instead of one year to year, we want to go multi-year. For kicks, we want to integrate administrative duties, a couple of things that can be integrated. Why not? Provide them a service that helps them rather than, for each to have another, their own function. So we're definitely doing things like this. We're also looking into simplifying procedures. So all this work is being done. I'm sure EIC is doing the very same thing because we try. But yet, on the other hand, ultimately, down the road, it's public money. We need to be very careful, and we need to not only spend the money right, but also be able to show that we spend it right. And these are two fundamentally different things. The fact that I'm sure it was good is one thing. The fact that we have the paperwork in order, that anybody can come, control it, make sure single euro was spent the right way, is basically requiring a little bit more of the creed, but that's life.
Please tell me about the role of universities and EIT, because of course there's this growing call to engage more universities. You just said about this innovation booster that you would like to be one point of entry. What does it mean, those processes, to universities and tech transfer community? How shall we behave to use your competences?
Yeah, that's a good question. The problem with universities' participation, especially in the widening countries, is that they are, at least in Poland, they are pretty much shoestringed in terms of money. So they are like very reluctant to do anything outside of their regular doing. Sometimes they have very unrealistic expectations. If they have a spin-off, we need to have 40% stake. It doesn't make any sense. Nobody's going to invest in a company that has such such a chain ball at the very start. So we need to make those expectations a little more realistic, but we also need to enable them a little more in understanding this ecosystem. The fact that we have universities in KICS, I think, is exactly the way to do it. They see with our business partners, with the industry, also with the startups, they see more or less, they familiarize themselves with how it works. However, we had conversations before on how to make those organizations that are in academia, including Polish Academy of Sciences, a little more open to innovation, to startups. And it's a tough road. I don't have an easy answer. I think it's repetition, going to them, helping them, organize workshops to be discussed, maybe to make them realize even how it works. Because even scholars, brilliant scholars, just don't get it. They I have a brilliant idea, so I'm sure somebody will buy it. It doesn't work this way. It takes an effort. It takes a sort of like a competitive or entrepreneurial mindset to understand that the fact that I discovered something doesn't mean that it's actually solving somebody else's problem. So it's a tough thing.
Let's think for a moment about the Polish Academy of Sciences, because right now we are developing cooperation with hospitals to create more innovative solutions for hospitals. And what we would like to do with the Polish Federation of Hospitals is to create the Chief Innovation Officer stand in every hospital, but to give them procedures, working procedures and contacts. And I was thinking in terms of research institutes in Polish Academy of Science, do you need, maybe from tech transfer community or grant offices, somebody we can call Chief Internationalization Officer that will work with you directly to change this mindset, attitudes at past universities, institutes? What do you think?
The problem with the Polish Academy of Sciences institutes is that each of them is a separate entity. It's not even a federation. We can't really tell them anything. We are herding cats in a way. It's 70 separate organizations with separate fiduciary duties, which are not answering to anyone for that matter. I mean, the only thing we can do, we have this nuke option. We can revoke the director. That's the only thing we can do. We can advise them what they need to do, but they are not obliged in any way to follow up on that. They do not have to fulfill our recommendations. From this point of view, I think it would be very difficult to have institutionalized one figure that will serve them all. I don't think it would work easily. However, this role is important. I think down the road, if we are able, for example, to get some critical mass of, let's say, 20 institutes who think, yeah, it's important, let's do it, then sure.
My question was more about how you can use people in Polish science, Central Europe science that are active from tech transfer, leading scientists with innovations, whatever, to be our ambassadors. So just to bring the offer of EIT, phone calls, meetings online without this necessity to go somewhere. Are you doing this, or maybe this is, you would like to do this, to use this capacity, the people that are active in this field?
First of all, we're already doing this. Also, we're building this community hub. So I think this will be exactly this kind of thing we're going to try to address, hopefully. Not just for, of course, just for the academia side, but also for the industry and also for startup scene. So ultimately, I think this is definitely the way to go. Try to bring them all together and see the magic happen. Even it's like speed dating for all those people from those different worlds would definitely do wonders. So I think, like with any good startup, just give them pizza money and see what happens, in a way.
Thank you. Speaking about different worlds, Małgorzata, you have EIC and EIT. What questions would you like to ask them from the perspective of big company?
Well, to be absolutely honest, first of all, I feel a little bit like a black sheep in this panel because I'm representing the large corporation. Very scary, indeed. Actually, I'm in the minority here. But I actually had to do a Google search on the acronyms to find out what are the particular institutions doing. And it seems to me I'm over 20 years in telecommunications, and over these 20 years, it seems we're living in parallel universes to an extent. My only relation with European institutions until now was trying to approach EU funding for infrastructural development, when we gave up because the cost of consulting that was mentioned, the complexity, the reporting that is involved, we decided that it will take over our operations, like we have to set up a separate business for acquiring and maintaining EU funds. Very scary, we gave up. I'm going to try again soon. And my second experience with European institutions is dramatic over-regulation of everything. Perhaps it's not so much related to this panel, but one comment to my colleague here. I was surprised to hear about this being public money, which sort of sounded like it needs more scrutiny than private money. I can assure that for so-called private money, the scrutiny for spending is equally tough, but perhaps has less complexity. But after this short commentary, my questions would be, how can we, I don't have an answer, how can we even start to build some kind of a bridge between the institutions that you are representing and large corporations? We feel a little bit, maybe not dismissed, but usually when we're discussing such programs, we are talking about startups, innovation in startups. We are providing the backbone of innovation, connectivity, and we really would like to participate in this ecosystem. It's just that we really don't know how, and we don't see the possibilities. I think it's just that we need to find a way to bridge.
Prita and Benedict, you feel free to answer the question. I have questions for you as well, but this is like a question for you too. So, are you willing to change it? If yes, how? If not, why? This relation with big multinational corporations as innovators.
So, I think first of all, the EIC, just to go back to a comment about the scrutiny and everything, it's like EIC provides tickets to up to 30 million euro, right? So, which Y Combinator doesn't, So I think it's public money, right? So it's a completely different, it's a completely different animal. In terms of working with the corporates, I think this is an absolutely fantastic opportunity to, work with the startups that, for instance, are in the EIC or the EIT portfolio, where you can actually, have them pilot, maybe or solve maybe some of your issues that you aren't agile enough to do, or there is something that you need, let's say, solved, or have an acceleration program, or we just have. So, for instance, we have this. A possibility there, it's called the Business Acceleration Services of the EIC, and there is a lot of collaboration with different corporates. So they're organized like corporate days, and companies work directly with different organizations. So I don't know if this is something that you would like to explore, because I see this, obviously I'm not following this very much in detail, right? But I think this is one of the avenues where you can where we can actually have the innovative companies in widening countries boost a little bit, not only collaboration with you, but also with the EIC and other organizations. Because as I mentioned a couple of things in the beginning, but these are not the only instruments, right? We also have the pre-accelerator that was announced, and the structural funds transfer and things like this. But the key is really ecosystem building, right? That's the point. So it's like you need to have it on all levels and all categories. Otherwise, it's not going to work just working on with one group or in one aspect. So I think, yeah, let's get in touch.
First of all, it's not necessarily true that big corporations are not in EIT KICs. Companies like Unilever or others often are involved. However, I agree, we probably do not have enough. And the fact that you do not know EIT from ERC from EIC doesn't surprise me at all. I didn't know at all, before I joined. And it's a kick. What, we can kick the bucket. But again, we have some lingo, and we just need to master it. And it's a very simple concept. A kick is basically like a hotspot, a community in which big corporations and startups and universities often are united around some idea, be it like EIT Health, manufacturing, digital, and within this KICs, or this like community, they can try to solve specific problems. And oftentimes, the larger the organization, like a big corporations like yours, wouldn't come there for the money. I mean, you have easier ways to get the money, but you will often go to have this specific community to get access to those startups which are focused on this burning image, burning idea to solve some particular problem, and have the backbone for university researchers also focused on this particular thing. So usually, if organizations like yours join, they would not join just to join. They would often try to solve a particular thing or join to the particular problem.
Yeah, it's great that you said that, because from my perspective, innovation is always purpose-driven. I know it's not entirely a scientific perspective, because innovation can be driven by other reasons, but from a business perspective, we innovate when we have a specific business purpose. So here I see an area for collaboration that we can say what in a pragmatic, practical way can help solve certain business problems. And there we can have some space for finding the solution.
Would you like to comment on that? I mean, big business and EIT and working together for innovation.
Well, I can add the perspective of DG Regio. DG Regio has a different, we could say the motto of DG Regio is EU in my region. And the objective of the cohesion policy is to be really the closest way for the EU to be to the citizens and to the businesses. And I believe, especially in countries like Poland, you see without seeing EU funds everywhere. You will see them. I took the train this morning in front of me. Well, first on the train, there was a sticker that the train was funded through EU funds. And then on the small table in front of your seat, there was also a sticker saying that there is a program investing in skills. So you see EU funds everywhere, yet as a company, are you really aware of the possibilities that they are going to provide you? Maybe less. Because indeed, cohesion policy is investing massively in research and innovation, but it is, of course, less visible. It's really visible to put a poster, a big ad, whatever, on an infrastructure. If the funding is inside the companies, you will not see them because, well, you don't go there on a day-to-day basis. Still, each program under the cohesion policy in each region has a priority dedicated to this type of investments. And in Poland, there is also a national program that is focusing purely on research, innovation, support to businesses. So somehow the money is there, but still there is a lack, most likely, of communication, a lack of visibility. There is also the fact that we have talked a lot today about startups, and the cohesion policy is also mostly targeting SMEs, the smaller businesses. It doesn't mean that we don't help neither the large companies, but that has not been the main focus. This is changing. This is changing because we see that we need to have impact. We also know that the cohesion policy is a massive instrument. It's 1/3 of the EU budget. It is coming with a lot of administrative burden. Let's be honest about it. But we see that we have challenges and that the businesses need the money to react now and not in 2 years once we have done with our negotiations. So that's why we are now in the European Commission in active discussions with all the member states, and we are trying to give incentives and to really push member states to target the fundings to priorities, notably the STEP, so this Strategic Technologies Platform for Europe that we extensively discussed today. And here we also want to give the opportunity for large enterprises to receive funding. So this is something we really count on to really have an impact, be able to target, be able to be visible. I would say that's really the issue of now this momentum that we really need to be impactful, to be targeted, and to be visible. Of course, it needs to come with a massive communication exercise, and I believe it needs also to come with simplifications.
If I may, I would just ask one question to Purita. In terms of regional innovations ecosystem, when you hear about innovators, science, and big business, what do you think?
Yeah, maybe as background, because of course
it will be a background questions to you, but yeah, of course.
Yeah, but just to explain my answer, because of course where we are coming in from Erin side is really kind of bridging in a way the EU R&I initiatives, the R&I policy and funding with what happens at regional level. So we are kind of the connector, I would say, between EU discussions and what happens at local and regional level. So then, of course, in a way, the answer to that is when I think about big players, I sometimes maybe get a little bit of a question, okay, very good, but are we really looking at the ecosystem approach? Because now maybe it's because we have a competitiveness discussion at the EU level currently, and it seems like sometimes that the place-based perspective is somehow missing, that we are maybe looking at those big investments on key EU infrastructure or key EU technologies that we need to boost, but what about the supportive environment that we need to actually get those things done? So I think this is maybe a quick reaction to this, and then of course the second answer would be indeed, of course, we need to foster that collaboration at all levels, and the big corporates have a role to play in that as well.
Can I challenge you with two things? Because when I asked this question about being in a bubble in Europe and not working together, made in EU innovations, all replies were about startups. And I have this, even I'm from the SPVs community, and we are supposed to create startups. I will give you one statistic. I chaired the Association of University SPVs, and we founded 241 spin-off companies from Polish universities, but in the same time we did 3,500 R&D projects, meaningful projects for 2,000 companies. And every time we talk about innovation ecosystem, I hear about startups, and even if I ask about using in a good way scientist potential with big business that is already on the market and fighting with competitors from China, US, the reply is about startups. So my question is this the valuable collaboration for us important that we would like to support? And the second question, how your organizations can fix two problems we have with big companies. The attitude of big companies is like, can you sell me TRL 8 ready cheaper than Germany? If not, sorry, we won't take this risk, we will buy in Germany. So we have problem in TRL 1.3, so inspiring research directions together with business, and TRL 6.8, so testing on the production line, the prototypes. Without those testing, the VC investor won't go into deep tech spin-off without these TRLs. So question to you, what do you think about this connection between business and scientists without startups in Europe? And the second question, this TRL 1368 problem, do you have some solutions, or do you have actions that try to solve those problems?
Well, actually, the question of science business is really a key one. I think since 10, 15 years, every year the European Commission is publishing its European semester report with country recommendations, and every year there is for Poland, but for also many other countries, links between science and business need to be reinforced. So the problem is really well identified. Still, every year we still have this country recommendation. I would say what we try to do with cohesion funds is to foster instruments that are supporting research projects that are involving a university, a research organization, and a company. It seems to work because, well, those calls are successful, like a lot of people are applying. It's creating interest. We are going to even allocate more funding to this type of calls. What I think still needs to be evaluated is what next. Once the project is over, is this really contributing to the creation of long-standing business collaboration? And to that, I mean, like, I don't have yet a clear view and clear answer. But I would say that this is something that we really need to continue to work on, to continue to foster. And that's not limited to startups. I mean, that's for everybody.
Yeah, maybe just to also to kind of again bring it to the broader ecosystem, because again, of course, we need to boost company university collaboration, but we also have some examples now of these kind of ecosystem approaches, like the regional innovation valleys, where in fact you bring all the stakeholders together. So you still, I mean, there is some, like, it's important that bringing the public perspective a bit to the discussion again, because we still need to have ambitious innovation strategies at all levels. So not only national, but also regional level. And then that's also a kind of a basis to help also bringing the different ecosystem stakeholders together. So that's why I see examples like it was presented earlier, the regional innovation valleys, as something very ambitious in a sense. It goes beyond collaboration between a couple of actors, but it's really boosting the ecosystem and also tapping into the capacities of other EU ecosystems. So it's really pushing further collaboration across regions and their ecosystem, something that is really valuable for boosting our economy.
So when we talk about startups, we don't talk about just any startups, like producing like apps for bakeries and stuff like that. No offense to anyone. We're talking about deep tech startups when we're talking about EIC in particular, right? Which means that the foundation of an excellent startup, hopefully scale up at the TRL that you were referring to, is actually excellent science, right? So this is why we have all these instruments that funnel towards the accelerator from the Pathfinder, hopefully excellent projects. The point here is really that EIC is, well, at least in my view, there to address a market failure, right? So it's about the fact that there is not enough support and there is not enough risk appetite in Europe to support these kind of specifically deep tech startups. So there is an absolute, you know, it's like a no-brainer connection, right? Another problem is that when you have, and I'll give you an anecdotal example while I was still an EIC jury member, we had a case coming to pitch so it's a super, you know, driven entrepreneur who literally went in the industry that he was interested in and went to tons of labs and universities and found a scientist that was working on something that he was interested in and literally pulled the guy out of the lab and, you know, they commercialized the project together. But the point is also about the, you know, the mindset, right? And this kind of cultural shift that we were talking about, because you can't expect that just because there is, and, you know, really, you know, there is no question about the value of science and so on, and research in general, but, you know, you can't expect just because you're doing research or you are, you know, you're working at a university or whatever that, you know, you're just somehow entitled to, you know, funding and that it needs to translate to a startup and, yeah.
Okay, but in the same time, I agree and I disagree, because when we talk about cohesion policy and what we are trying to do is, for example, in defense, in green transformation, I would like to point the problem we have in Central Europe, because this is the issue of startuper mindset or scientists doing the innovation. And now I hear and see in Poland dual-use VCs and venture builders for dual use and whatever. The problem is we have good scientists ready to develop innovations in defense and public order for big businesses that are already on the market and they know how to sell to the army, to the police. Startuppers in Central Europe, they have zero chances to sell something to Polish army. So, and the same goes with ESG. So we all talk in Poland about ESG reporting, but not about the technology from science to SMEs in Poland to, implement those green transition, green revolution technologies, because there is no market. So my question is, are you not afraid that talking about startups in Central Europe, it should be more about building those markets for innovators, and those innovators can be scientists that will deliver it, implement it, and go back to the university. How do you, value this?
I mean, I think it's really key, right? Like, you are not building something, you need to make sure that there is a market for that, or you see that there is a potential market disruption. You are not just developing something and then waiting for someone to pick it up, right? So it's like, I feel you are putting a lot of emphasis on the fact that there is excellent research there and there is excellent scientists there, which I agree with. But the point is really like, it's a collaborative approach, right? So it's not only, just waiting and having a great product and,
No, my point, and I just finished, sorry for this, I'm just saying is we shouldn't spend all our time to do this VC dual-use venture builder. We should spend time in at least Poland, I see it, to build this market in the army, police, and companies implementing green solutions as in innovations. Because without this, we will have cool startups with no market. Dariusz, what do you think about this?
I don't know, honestly. I think typically things as they are already working pretty much optimally. So trying to change them can improve a little bit. I'm not sure if, with the army, I'm sure, yeah. This is a very historical moment. The army probably has very specific needs. We are amping up the requirements and the spending, so for sure there needs to be an intervention there. Regarding the regular commercial markets, I'm not sure. It's already quite well established. We have VC, we have angels, we have a number of factors in this ecosystem. So it's very difficult to optimize a little bit more.
So you are not afraid that we are missing something in those EU but top-down approach in what we are changing in Poland? Feel free to answer.
Yeah, no, I feel when you speak, I see, I agree with your approach quite a bit. I also see a lot of discussion currently on things that are somehow fashionable or seem to be some sort of potential policy priority, but lacks a bit of like on the ground, how do I say, engagement. So I also see that we kind of risk currently of going a bit with what seems sexy instead of actually working on things that needs to be solved. And also we should not forget about the social transformation that we have to do. So, but of course, yeah, there are of course other priorities, security and so on, but we still need to somehow find a match between the different things.
Okay, and just to move with questions to you, because I didn't do this key context for the audience about ERIN. So ERIN is a leading advocate for strengthening place-based innovation ecosystems, and the network actively pushes for mainstreaming, widening measures. My question to you is about making widening measures more impactful. So the question is, what practical steps, in your opinion, should regional stakeholders and national policymakers take now, better leverage what you are doing?
Oh, that's a very difficult question. But maybe just as a first point, I think widening something, it should not be an add-on. It should be a priority in a sense of thinking of what does that mean. We think of what does that mean for us as an organization, meaning that we try to implement it in the way we work. So we make sure that in our management board we have colleagues coming from regions, from the widening countries. We find different ways to kind of make it as a part of the way we work. And I think this is also sometimes I feel when we talk about widening measures that people actually don't know, first of all, what are the issues in the widening countries, because we don't have, for example, when it comes to Horizon Europe and R&I funding, we haven't really analyzed necessarily what are the key barriers and what works and what does not work. So I think we are still quite in a bit of a basic step, in the sense that we have to really understand and listen to what kind of measures actually work. So, so that's my first point. And then, of course, some sort of mainstreaming of widening actions would help to make them a bit more useful. And
Understood. But so what are your plans so that widening can be a driver for inclusive innovation? What are your plans for this year, next year? What would you like to change in this ecosystem? Top two.
Top two. So for us, I would, first of all, I would use more, let's say, examples like the regional innovation valleys again, mixing less and more developed regions collaborating closely together. That would be important for our perspective. And then also, again, if I would, let's say, give an example from R&I funding, I would ensure that they are also, when we are looking at pilots or demonstrators from across Europe, that we also select demonstrators from the widening countries.
How EIC and EIT can help you with this mixing issue, because it's appealing to me.
Well, I think in the EIC it's a bit of a problem, as it was said that it's a country. Normally, you are not supposed to put in front different countries. This is what just said earlier. So that's why the pre-accelerator is also as a widening measure specifically. So I guess it's a question of how can we use these type of measures across different funding, not directly in EIC, but think of ways to do that via widening, for example. And EIT, I guess it's a question on, thinking of this regional innovation boosters or the hubs. Maybe there's a way to think of putting an emphasis also on supporting and mixing, let's say, of innovators from different levels of maturity.
If I can add, I think one of the things that differentiates EIT from other funding schemes is that we actually do recognize that widening countries are, well, have different history, obviously. You know, they maybe not at this stage as other countries, and luckily enough, 40% of our organizations in EIT were coming from widening countries. So we have quite a lot of coverage. Also, we believe it is important to build capacity. One of the, you've heard about the booster, the initiative. So we're starting a pilot in Poland, very luckily, and we hopefully will see growth in those countries because they do require a special treatment in a way. I know that excellence speaks for itself, but as you said, first of all, there are biases. Second of all, there's a different history. Even if you look at the university level, Polish universities or universities of this region just don't have that much support, even just to be able to apply. They don't have the money for consulting. The same applies to startups and other organizations. So it's basically a handicapped position. And with this handicap, we need to understand, the uniqueness of this position. And I think EIT, especially since EIC is very focused, as it should be, on excellence, high risk, high gain. But EIT as a much earlier stage. It's basically a different kind of game. Earlier stage, many from EIT will go to EIC, but EIT is focusing on a lower risk, maybe lower gain. So we're much better positioned to take the risk, experiment, maybe see what's happening in widening countries. Also, tickets are smaller, so it's only natural that there is a division of labor, sort of.
Yeah, so what I would say is at the EIC, I think also thanking to the team in the Commission that was kind of streamlining all of these topics and that had actually the courage to really address things like biases, consultants, and so on when this is still very kind of controversial, and come up with specific financial instruments to navigate through all these kind of legal excuses in the EU institutions. But the point is really, the devil is always in the detail, right? So it's like, even if we know at the EIC what the barriers are, our approach is extremely data-driven. We have had a number of recommendations and we're implementing them as well. But the point is really, is there political will? And this is not only related to the EIC, it's related across the board, right? When we celebrate the Europe Day and stuff like that, is there like political will? Is the implementation correct? Is there alignment of interests, incentives to do stuff? That's what is really important. I don't agree with you when you say that there is a handicap in widening countries. I think widening countries are unbelievably more resilient than any other group of countries in Europe, So I think this is also something that it's creating this kind of bias, right? And it's like hindering this cultural shift that we need to have, to make it happen, really, because it's about the geographical distribution of the funds and the instruments and, successes. Well, I personally think that, Europe should thrive based on these kind of competencies that we all have. We just need to unlock them, because it's impossible that we don't have good deep tech companies in all the European countries, maybe in some less, in some more, in some different, industries. But, I disagree with the view where, people are saying that the widening countries are lagging behind or stuff like that. I categorically resist that.
Although, and now we will go to to Benedict and Radzie. Context to the audience: Poland receives more cohesion funding than any other EU country, yet still underperform in tech transfer, international arena integration, strategic innovation investment. I have two questions for you, because you answer few that I had. One is about smart specialization strategies, because I remember the moment that it was fun to talk about it. And we had a meeting in Wielkopolska Vivid Ship, and there was a guy from UK asking, but guys, in Wielkopolska region, you have a lot of strong positions in business in different sectors. Why are you letting this go? Because EU is saying so. If they say smart specialization, be smart, take this money, but do not let go other strong points of your economy in the Vivid Ship. And it was like this, wake up. Yeah, he's right. So my question to you is, smart specialization are often too static, admin-driven documents. How can Polish and CEE regions turn it into living innovation strategy?
Well, yeah, indeed. For the context, smart specialization are designed by the region, and it's the objective which really makes sense. And the original objective of this smart specialization was to identify the key assets of the region, so that we would focus the effort and focus the funding intervention to those sectors. And this is a regulatory obligations for some of our intervention. We cannot give funds to projects that are not within this smart specialization. And as you say, actually regions are different, but you have regions that took this and as a really administrative exercise, and they identified a couple of smart specializations. Some of them are so broad that you don't really know what it is about. And they have a big list of this smart specialization, and it's written in a document that nobody is never reading, and it's staying there. And other regions, on the contrary, are trying to work on them, and they do it really with a bottom-up approach, involving people on the ground, investing with entrepreneurs to really try to make emerging a couple of these smart specializations that are really targeted, that are really linked to the needs for investment, that are really linked to the specificities of the region. And in these specific cases, I think it works. It's an interesting instrument. But
even with deep tech, because we have this discussion with Ministry of Finance that we cannot build, we are struggling with this, to build private market for deep tech investors. We have reached polls that would like to invest in second app and whatever, but if we talk about deep tech from science, no, we are not ready for this. So how do you see, S3 with deep tech investments? Is there a link how we could use it?
Well,
build this market, sorry.
Is S3 really the best instrument to build the market? Like, I'm not too sure we will really manage to use this instrument that has started more from an administrative nature as something really flexible, but maybe you have another.
Yeah, I think it really depends. There are some regions that are using smart specialization as an overarching strategy, and in that case, of course, it's way beyond of a strategy that is just an enabling condition to get money from EU. So I would say that of course there are some S3 strategies are just documents, but there are also some that are very, very good strategies that could also be useful to go beyond cohesion. And this is actually what is used, for example, again, I mentioned the regional innovation valleys, but it could also be a useful strategy to make better links with different EU policies like industrial policy, R&I policy, and cohesion policy. So it could be a very useful tool for having a vision for a region.
Thank you. Anna?
Just very briefly, so one of the ideas of the EIC is also de-risking investments for private investors, right? Because if you have, 15 million euro ticket by European Commission or EIC fund now into a company, then obviously as an investor you need to invest less, right? So that's in a way an incentive, right? And also if you want to mobilize a market of investors, then you need to give them an incentive, right? So like co-investment funds, for instance. So these kind of things are really important, again, for ecosystem building, as we've seen also in some other European countries and abroad, like tax breaks and things like this, because I don't think there is a lack of money to invest. There is, directing money into stuff like, supercars or real estate or whatever. So when you have people who have the funds that they could actually invest into deep tech, they maybe choose to invest them elsewhere because they don't have an incentive that's going to attract them to invest into something that's deep tech.
Roger that. Do you have case studies from Central Europe?
Yes, you have
confirming
them.
That?
Yes, you have them in Netherlands, in Portugal. You have them even in Turkey,
Central
Malaysia.
Europe. Central.
Central Europe. It's not Netherlands.
Okay. By the way, I was talking a few years ago with regions that copy-paste their smart specialization strategies for the new perspective. And I was trying to get the answer, is it because they achieved success and they would like to develop it further, or they didn't and they have some other ideas why these smart specializations will work this time? And it was really hard to get this reply from regions that copy-pasted, just repeat the same market segments. So it was like, I didn't understand that. And last question to you, Benedict, you wrote, we had this document about what issues do I want to focus on, and you wrote, link between science and business remains an issue in Poland. How do you perceive this? Because it was interesting for me.
Well, I think this is something we have already said, like, universities are good in Poland. Like, you have well-established, recognized universities. There are also a lot of SMEs that are having a lot of ideas, that are being innovative. But the link between these two ecosystems is still, like, there is still things happening in the academic world and things happening in the business world, and we have sometimes the feeling that these two worlds are not talking that much. And this is creating a lot of issues. For example, there are things that are developed and that are really interesting. For example, the possibilities to further finance PhD students that will not be only in a lab in the university, but also working on a day-to-day basis in a company. These kind of initiatives are really key because you will, from the beginning of the scientific academic career of the student, you will give him this business perspective that is probably lacking otherwise if you make all your studies and your curricula purely in the academic world. So this type of initiatives are developing, and I think it's, well, probably the way to go to really foster those links that are missing.
Maybe if I can just comment on this one, because I mean there are, I think, examples of excellent ecosystems in Poland, and I just, when you were talking, I started to think about, and you mentioned Wielkopolska, and they've been very, I think, successful in working on hydrogen, for example. So you can really see this type of collaboration going on, and I would say between all of the important ecosystem actors. So it might be an issue, and there are of course challenges, but there must be also many good examples that we can draw from Poland as well.
Although with hydrogen, I have this issue that we are doing and talking a lot about how to join forces, but still I do not see research agendas for scientists. How can they, plug and play and to create some innovations? That there is a business waiting for it, and there is a need, and we know what to do. It's more about building this ecosystem than, getting scientists to do something that we know there is demand for. So that's the comment. Thank you very much. Guys, do you have questions? Because a few weeks ago when Ola showed me this panel, I said, Jesus, it should be, separate discussions with every institution and big business, but I guess we managed. Thank you for this. Do you have questions for EIC, IT, Erin, and DG Regio, and maybe Play? Maybe at the end he would like to challenge Małgorzata about working with scientists. No? So thank you very much for your time, and the video will be to reply and see it one more time. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being with us till the very, very end. It was a very hard day, and I hope this evening will be a great reward for your patience, activities, and engagement in everything we've done here throughout the past few hours. I would like to invite you to the special evening reception, which will be held in a Woda restaurant. Woda means water in Polish. The restaurant is on level -1. You can either take the stairs or the elevator, and we will meet very soon on -1 level. Tomorrow we will begin at 9:30. I will be very happy to welcome you here tomorrow. But for today, it's all on this level, and we're moving towards a very full of leisure evening. Thank you very much.